Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floors are light. Captain Jim James, help you cut that dry.
Just some further detail in regards to the 15-point plan that was shared by Pakistan to the Iranians, and regional sources had told the CNN reporter. They said that one source said that several points would be next to impossible for Iran to accept, and another said it mirrored points the US tabled with Iran in past discussions.
Check 1, 2.
Game face on when the spreads get heavy. He keeps you calm from the open road till the last trade goes. He's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, it's the stock market show where the bulls run wild.
Check 1, 2.
First loud bell till the closing door. Ride that wave on the stock market show. Pulled on TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
Check. Good morning. Let's get this thing out of the way over here. Let's get this thing in my face. You know, we always talk about the Marines around here, and we don't talk about the 101st.
To the calendar now.
Talk about the 82nd shitting on the 101st.
1 p.m. Eastern time today. It wasn't scheduled originally on the timetable, but she's going to be speaking at 1 p.m.
So, what we should do today is this right here. Maybe pop and drop. That's what we should do today. Now, if any of you have watched this show since, I want to say last April, last April, I tried to discuss an idea or concept, and I was actually, people fought with me over whether this was true or not. And we're back here again. You know, this is the place, today, tomorrow, next Tuesday or whatever, where, you find out if we will stay in trend for another month, or even come up here and stay in trend for another month, or another month after that. We're confirming or not confirming a major trend change, and they usually happen right around OPEX, QUAPEX, and those month and quarter ends. And we'll check every month, every quarter. We do this no matter if trend is up or down, and this is the moment. Like I would say, from today through the first of the month, maybe the first week of the month, this process here is going to determine if we have more down to come.
Get the market on open imbalance data.
And will the beatings continue? Even if you're down here, like plunging down here, it's still a matter of, too far away. Oh, wait a minute. That's a wild and crazy error over there, but you get the gist, right? The gist here is, do we stay in trend to the downside or not? Usually, I mean, if you want the bulls case, the basic bulls case, we were yesterday. The key takeaway from yesterday, if there was one, was that we've edged away from brinksmanship on WMDs, and WMD being closing the Strait of Hormuz to all traffic, and more importantly, Asia, Middle East. There was a pullback from that. Another argument that can be made for bulls is that we're at the height of war in some ways, and the market hates uncertainty. And I'll tell you what, the 82nd Airborne and the Marines do not bring uncertainty. I will be honest with you. They bring stability. They've been bringing stability to the world for a long time. Now, you might not like that. You might not agree with it. You might hate war. I understand. I completely understand. But they have a tendency to bring a lot of stability wherever they go, believe it or not, in unstable places. The only other argument to get, or the bear argument here, is Goldman Sachs coming out and saying, what did they say? We're not ready yet to break out. Something like that. I'll read it to you this morning. And they feel as though the market's not ready, but let's be honest. I was talking to someone earlier this week about like how JPM lowered their forecast for the year. They have the benefit of lowering and raising their forecasts whenever the fuck they feel like it. Last year they had a higher forecast, then they lowered it when we went down in March, April, and then they raised it again. By summertime, they raised it again. And you know my stance. We ain't going in no fucking bear market. We have to blow off this steam as long as we stay inside of this bubble. And so you can see it in the spring and in the fall. That's what we did in the 90s. In the mid-90s, we would have violent moves down and then violent straight back up, doubling, tripling, whatever the down move was. So the thesis, even from Goldman Sachs 2 years or 3 years ago for 22, 23, at the end of 22 to 23 for this bubble trade, was seatbelts on and have money to deploy on any violence to the downside. It's not like, it wasn't like don't buy up there or like sell everything. It was buy, rip, put a hedge on, and then buy more. Keep going. So this is the idea today. They're going to try to sell you down from these three marks above. Okay? I ain't buying that just yet. I would like to see it. So I do think that there is potential to trade the 70s and potentially even the 80s with vigor. And the thing that's got me on this is yesterday when we were watching the 2-year, I had said it. Hopefully, it doesn't come into this yield. And it wasn't because of that yield. It was because, well, what do you ask? What's the next yield? And things are not as bad where that yield should go as high as you'd expect if it was to continue to go high and further 2-year. auctions, not for where we are and what's going on. And if that's the case, then you'd expect improving 2 years from this point forward, if not the same or improving. Now, I do agree that the Strait of Hormuz, in particular, cutting that oil supply can get us higher yields on the 2 year, but we've backed away from that at this point. So there will be pricing those yields in coming lower over time as long as we continue to do what we're doing with Iran. You should expect either the same yield or lower over time. So we have to price that in at some point. So we'll pay attention to this here. The one thing I want you to be aware of is the basis for this trade is roughly where we are. This is the day right here. You see this yellow? This is it right here, man. Basically, at this point on this open in New York cash, we're now open here, and we need to hold this. We need to hold this, and we need to hold this. If we can't hold this, I don't see this holding. Maybe to sweep the pump from after hours yesterday. But I'll be honest with you guys, I don't believe in that one holding. I don't believe in this one holding, and I don't believe in this one holding. Now, there's something else here too, which is this conversation that we're having about this does not end here. It really doesn't. It's just like when you open the door lower and now you have to close the upside door. This conversation still isn't even over, even if we do break out, because it could be a liquidity grab, let's say from a GS or from a hedge fund or whatever up here, where you see us squeeze up for a better price to sell. So you come up here, you bash around for a few days, right? Bash, 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 bash. Maybe you get up here to this even to the 80s. It's then we're talking about, oh, hey, look, we're up here, right? Let's go up here and look at this. So if we go up, let's just say the 80s are maxi, right? And we squeeze up here. And I'm just going to give one big one right here, okay? Let's do it 72.50. And then we have this one right here. Let's just say we can get that high. Just say we're like cranking it out up here. And you think, hey, coast is clear, right? For the upside. And to be honest, that's not good enough. You still need the back test to hold. So your hourly trigger comes up here. You know, just like the bears need to close this last door. You know, it's still a tactical. Let's make this green. You still need to hold this, right? So you need to like come back down here, hold all this. The hourly trigger needs to hold. And what can happen is you come into the 31st over here, that negative doom, and if you get down too deep into this, like the 31st or the first or whatever, you can get sucked right back in, right down here, and all of a sudden you're, you know, right back down into the shit. So, and all of a sudden you're clearing all this out down here, and then we're in party time again. So you got to think about this in two or three different ways. First, there's a liquidity grab to the upside. And the bulls are not out of the woods yet. Bulls need to, you know, hold this shit and, you know, party on to the right, which means that when you buy this dip, you have to like break the prior high, and you have to have tight stops underneath. And we start getting sucked back in down here. It's not over. Lots of volatility in here, right? Lots of danger. And so we have to pay attention to this, not just today, but in the future. So we're not out of the woods. Bulls are no way out of the woods. And if anything, any kind of rips here should be viewed as just a liquidity grab to go right back down into the shit again. And this gives enough time for also for more information to come out of Iran. You know, the idea that you might get like troops on the ground, or not kind of on the ground, and a bigger push in Iran over the weekend here. And this is what? This is, Friday right here. Here's Friday. Here's your invasion. And, it's, oh my God, the whole world's going to end. The, U.S. this and the U.S. that. And, before you know it, it's like party time down here. And if things are going to shit in Iran, we're right back in the middle of it, right? So we're not out of the way just yet. And there's most definitely a way for the market to rein us back in on whatever takes place over this weekend or the next. Now, there's something else here too, which is some of these some of these transports that are in transit right now, they won't be there for until the first or second week. So there could be a lot of just saber rattling, get the troops there or whatever. We don't do shit. We just kind of like fade. And then we get some resolution closer to the 15th. There could be like this drag into the middle of month, and then you get the IRS returns, which of course have already been spent, but usually it marks a bottom, or in recent history, the 15th of April normally marks some kind of a bottom over here. But, what is that bottom? Is that bottom down here, where before you know it, you're smashing down here for the new low, you're smashing down here, whoop. And then there's the 15th trying to fight our way back up again. So you got to be careful here. This is where things fall apart in Iran, and then all of a sudden we're taking control of Iran potentially or whatever. So have some open your eyes here to some other potentials here, or some other potential negative outcomes. The onus here is basically on the bears to close this door up here and send us lower, and for them to find some kind of closure here for the bulls, and that should take place. If that happens, should take place between now and, let's call it, the first week of April. Okay, so somewhere in we have a short week theoretically in terms of short week in terms of end of quarter. The 31st falls on a Tuesday, so we got like Monday, Tuesday, and then we've got the 4th, 5th, first, second, third, fourth, first, second, third on into Friday of next week, and we get stacked up bear econ data, or classically bad econ data for bulls, stacked up on the first, second, third of the first week of April. So if anything, the bears are trying to close this door into the first week of April, and even if it's a matter of everything's going to be honky dory, you're down here into fucking around town to start to come up and out of here. You're still doing something like this, if not crashing down to 6,000 or what have you. So we're not out of the woods yet. If you're a bull, if you're a bear, you're looking for a high to sell at some point in this exact process right here. This is the process that should start to close the door on the bulls. And we await news. That's basically it right here. So here are your three places over the course of the rest of this week. I think I showed you yesterday all the gamma, like we have to be here for this to happen tomorrow, and then we have to be here for this to happen on Thursday. We have to be here for this to happen on Friday. We'll go over it again today. What we need to hold to continue this process to the upside. And if this rolls, I ain't buying. I'll buy this green line today. But as the days progress, the moment we lose that hourly trigger, it's party time to the downside. So if you're looking to mark a high as a bot or as a seller, you don't necessarily need to pick it. You don't need to be like, tick, that's the high. If you see at any point that hourly trigger get lost, we're going down, and you're going to have plenty of time to go down. So remember, on the hourly trigger, it's fairly easy. You have the hourly trigger. This is the basis for your whole trade. Say we got the hourly trigger going up. And we got green bars, green bars, green bars. We come down here. And this is fine right here. But if you see a break down below from the basis, and you should see an exhaustion trade from buyers, well, they will exhaust themselves. You don't sell this. It's just a matter of looking for the exhaustion candle. You can Google that, exhaustion candle. You should see an exhaustion candle or multiple candles, depending on what the time frame you're on. And then you're hammering. You know, it's hammer time over here. Hammer this down to a new low, and we start the process to the downside. So the basis of bulls trade is the hourly trigger, okay? Basis for the bulls, BB, or to take a C, to take a little bit of BBC. This is basically it. You're holding on to, now watch me be proven wrong and we, you know, rip down here and then rip up here. But in my eyes, your whole basis stems on this hourly trigger. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to tell you where it is from this hourly trigger. I'll tell you right now where your next trigger is. It's low. It's way down here. And there's a big stretch there. You know, it's I mean, it's going to change when we get into the new month. It'll be up here a little bit. It'll be like 6,000, but let's measure it. Just tease it out there and see where it is. It's like right around here. It's another 10% down. Do we have to trade all of this? No, but that's it. I mean, we're looking for another 10% drop. So if you start losing that hourly trigger, you start hammering the sell button. Buy yourself some sweet ass 640s or 620s. And I would get them into like May or June, even farther out in time. Or you can be selling some fucking nasty calls. If we go up high enough and get sent down there, if we can get up here and you can get, if we can smash up here, anywhere up here, and when we lose the hourly trigger, you know, start losing the hourly and the daily over here, and the bulls are excited. It's more. It's like 11 or 12%, and puts will be dirt cheap. Because everybody will be, you know, FOMO'd up and shit. It's going to hold, it's going to go up, and they don't have the hourly trigger, and you already know that they've lost it. It's going to be party time. You can make a bunch of money. So don't look at this, you know, if you're a buyer, a bull, or a bear, or whatever. Don't look at this as a bad thing. Just note that we're in this pivot, and there's a lot of money to be made on the upside, and there's a ton of money to be made on the downside, too. So just be watching this as the days unfold here. These are some very important days. The next, the rest of this week, and then next week. Over the next 2 weeks, we have a pivotal moment in the stank market. So let's go look over here and just take a look at where we are. See what's going on here. And you can see already the sellers here, and this yellow line is what you want to be watching for the big like move to the downside. And you can see the bombs being dropped here. You can see like the reject, like squeeze up to break out, the rejection, right? Squeeze up to break out, the rejection, the squeeze up to break out, the slam down over here, and then the peak above to look lower over here. We'll cycle through a few things in here and see if we can break out or not. Let's look at the week really quick. I think we've hit everything we needed to hit to open the door to the upside, to further upside. Let's just take a peek and make sure. And yeah, I don't see anything here. If there's any key levels for buyers, if you're looking for a key level as a buyer or a key level as a seller, there's two levels above that are key, like super key. If the buyers cannot get above 670.88 as of today, 670.88 and 673.32, the bears are safe. if you see the bulls at any point in today get above this number right here, this little box, they have opened the upside door. So you want to keep these like key levels for buying and selling. The bulls could literally go all the way up here and fail right here, and we're going straight down. They have to, as of today, break through the 670.88 and the 673.32 to stay alive. So we'll monitor this as time goes on. Let's just take a quick look at the day here and see if there's any key levels above. And I'm not seeing too many here. Not too many here. This is the one you really want to be watching out for here. This would turn up the market. Let's go over here and look at this. And remember, the basis trade, the basis for bulls is right here. These three levels right here. The bulls start losing this, and we're going to flip from buyers to sellers real fast and take this thing downtown. There is zero support except for that basis trade right there. If we lose it, your target to me is closing a gap right here. Right in here. Let me just get rid of this. We don't need that. Double. See this gap right here? This is your target if we lose the hourly trigger. I believe it's 641.64 and 640.61. If you want like a put spread right down there, if we lose the hourly trigger. This would be your target right down here. Just want to visualize that for you right down there. We'll hit that thing like it's, we will drop like a rock down there. Confidence will be lost quickly. Real quick. Let's go over here. Let's watch this right here. I'm going to put in the 10 a.m. hour. We've got two different cash market flows, right? We've got 10 a.m. and we've got 12 p.m. You should know this at this point. And these flows that come in at these hours will tell you if the buyers are still here or if they're not, if they're gone, right? Well, so you want to be watching to see what those flows are. Let's watch this closely. Let's go over to the main screen, and I will set up some. Data for you on. I will set up some data for you, and then we'll shift over to Gamma and see what that's doing. Slide this over right here. I'm not going to chart this as of right now. You should have already had last night. You have the expectation. You have the brief that tells you what I think is going to happen, what should happen. But it being quarter end, I can't trust Elliott Wave. I cannot trust Elliott Wave during quarter end. There's too many mechanical things happening that override. Too many players, too many people in the pool swimming, where I cannot trust that. I would say like there's like not too many times. There's like binary events. And then there's mechanical quarterly expiries that can really fuck with people's expectations. So we'll watch this very closely here. Let me see. There's 10 a.m. There's 12 p.m. And we want to watch to see if we get buyers in here. If the buyers can come in, well, I guess I can draw this in for you, but we want to see if we break through here, and then do we get sucked up here to go straight back down over here? Draw this in. Now, I don't think we're doing this, but if we want to watch this break down here, this break of the hourly is your first break, and then you'll have your second break. We'll start making our way down. The bias is to the downside, not the upside. But we do want to watch this. I think we can hold it and start breaking out, but and it's only due to trying to grab liquidity to the upside, trying to squeeze everybody out, get a nice trade to sell down. But we want to watch this. We want to watch this one right here. We want to see if these buyers step back in and if these buyers get stopped out here or if they get the new high. If they get the new high, we'll start talking about breaking out into tomorrow and Friday and all that kind of stuff. We're going to put this right in here. We would want to see this hold right here. Where's 11:30? Or there's 10 a.m. right here. Want to see if these guys can hold on. We'll give these guys until this 10:30. Right here. We'll see if they can do this or not. This I should get rid of that. Hold on here. We'll draw it like this. This is where the bulls would need to hold, and this is where the bulls would need to go. And if they don't hold this, we start breaking down. You would see what? You would see a big old dip down here, right? And then you would see the sellers come in at 10 and whip this thing down. Just want to watch this really close here. Give me 1 second here, guys. I got some coffee and some water. My voice is annihilated. It's only midweek. Too much chatting. Give me 1 second here, guys. So let's see here if these buyers are showing up. And by the way, what's here, we're gonna name the guy from what should we call we're gonna call the guy from Financial Juice, Lord Haha. Lord Haha, that's his name. So Financial Juice is spewing propaganda this morning. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna call him. I'm assuming he's from Britain. If you don't know who Lord Haha is, maybe it's a little too old for you. You can Google search for you wee lads out there. And wee lasses. Some of you from England will know who he is. We'll call the news squawker guy today from Financial Juice, Lord Haha. I'll put him back on again, but he's on a tear today. He's in his most bearish form today. I got him on right now as we await the decision if we're going to break out or not. Lord Haha. We could change it too. We got a few other names we can call him. All right, so I'm going to read a few things here in the background as we get ready for the day. And I'll read them to you as I read them so that you can be on the same page as me. Give me just 1 second here. I'll read through them. Nice. I'm reading one headline here. It says the line in the sand, 6,500. I agree. That was yesterday, though. It was 6,500 and 65.5. Today it's higher.
Press TV.
Today it's like 6,500. It really is. It's like it's 6,500 today, or not? Excuse me, 65.5 today is kind of the line in the sand. I want to say it's 65.55. You could theoretically say it's 6,500, but if you look at like a day and like a day away from today and a day tomorrow, you need to like hold these things, these basis of the trade things. You need to hold them. But a Gamma Bro is saying it's 6,500 that we could go all the way down here, which would be the sweep down below here, 6 foot down here. He's saying the bull case is still viable if we were to blast down here all day long.
Again, that's Iran's state-run press TV citing official statement.
I tend to disagree, mostly because of time.
Time of its own choosing.
I guess if you counted in the weekend, you could have that time. There's potential for that. But the basis here is his claim is basis is 6,500, which is much lower. It's 647, 642. It would get ugly down there in my view. I think the Bulls would lose hope down there.
Choosing only if conditions are met.
From a Gamma standpoint, we're in heavy waters and liquidity could evaporate at any time if dealers ramp up delta hedging. 6,500 is the key. I agree with that statement. You go down to 6,500 and you're gonna lose. You're gonna instill panic, and then you're gonna instill, well, fuck it, let's sell any rip from here. That would be I would think that would be the case.
Proposal and consider them
if we smash down there.
Won't allow Trump to dictate timing of war's end.
Just watch this very closely here into this hour here. And you can see it being pierced right now.
Keeping an eye on the markets here, seeing a little bit of downward movement on the U.S. stock indexes.
And so you have the break. Here's the break right here.
Just as we get,
and now we're just waiting for the rejection.
Them excessive, and they won't.
You're just waiting now for
war's end.
The exhaustion candle from the bulls. If you get an exhaustion candle, we're gonna party down here.
Delivered by a regional intermediary that it will continue to
all the way straight down here. This should take all day long. Where's 1,600? Hold on here. It'll take all day long, but we're just waiting for the exhaustion.
Iran's press TV, citing TV official, says the first condition for end of war is an end of attacks and assassinations.
It's right here. There's 12 o'clock. They'll try to save this. Hockey sticks it, stick it, and they'll get shafted to the downside. Now you don't have the exhaustion candle yet. You just need to watch for it. Hold on here.
Crypto stocks rise as Bitcoin price climbs 2%. Coinbase Global up 3.9%.
Right there. We'll give them all the way up to here.
And Iran's
remember that the bulls need to make this new high right here.
Continue until its conditions are met.
If the bulls are not exhausted, if this is just pain, bulls would need to go rip face all the way up here and take this 660 out up here. And they did this yesterday a few times, so don't lose hope just yet. Right there. We did this like fucking rip faces off, I think 3 times yesterday, so this could just be pain. But if we get a nice rejection up here, we'll start selling down. What else do we have here? Let me give you the GS. Let me give you the GS statement here. Goldman sees risk of food price spike amid fertilizer disruption. Goldman's pretty bearish here. I'm going to read you this story, and I'll post it for you in the Discord if you want it.
Seeing the dollar index at high on report of Iran rejecting ceasefire.
Lord Haha going full tits bear right now, trying to quote Iran.
S&B says Middle East war could,
which is comical.
Pressure on the franc.
This is Goldman. Goldman's really bearish here. Just a heads up to you. Too early for an all clear. Goldman one desk head sees investors in three camps. The market continues to grind higher, driven largely by unilateral signaling from the U.S. around potential ceasefire negotiations. I disagree with that. I think it's a matter of the brinksmanship on the what's a WMD, and they both backed away from that yesterday. I read everything yesterday, and the key takeaway from yesterday is, are you going to limit shipping to the Middle East and Asia? And you need to remember that. That is the key takeaway. There is no other key takeaway. All other things negative come from that. They do not come from not allowing U.S. ships to transit. They only come from transit for Middle Eastern shipping and Asian shipping. That's it. The U.S. doesn't give a fuck if it's closed. They give a fuck if it's closed for these other nations that have knock-on effects on the United States. So, Goldman One Desk head Rich Pravorsky, who we like around here, he says the shift from escalation to even outlining talks matters. Now, I haven't read this yet, so this is all new to me. And he says there's some credibility now that J.D. Vance is involved. They didn't like the envoy Rubio and the Trump boy. Oh man, I'll be quiet. There's some credibility now that J.D. Vance is involved. I don't know how that's any better, but he is a good negotiator. Oh, not a negotiator. He's a good. I will say this about J.D. Vance, even though I don't agree with anything that guy says. I will give him some credit. That guy is a great speaker. I saw him give a speech and then debate at some point, and I was like, this guy can speak. I mean, this guy, if you're a Democrat out there, you should be careful of J.D. Vance. That guy can win an argument. So you got to give him that credit, whether you like him or hate him or whatever. So he says there's some credibility now that J.D. Vance is involved, suggesting the U.S. is becoming increasingly reflexive to A, markets, more rates than equities. B, polling. Quote, President Trump's approval rating fell in recent days to its lowest point since he returned to the White House. The source is RTRS. For now, markets anchor on whether talks actually materialize. I disagree with that. It's the brinksmanship. It's the only thing that matters here is this a WMD or not? And the reason for it, too, is also, does the U.S. react with in kind WMD of some kind? Now, that WMD might not be nuclear, might not be MP or something, but it could be like, resume carpet bombing, full-on troop invasion. We now own Iran. That kind of response, a conventional response to that WMD. And they pulled back yesterday from that. I haven't seen anything this morning at this point that disagrees with that statement. And that's the key right there. For now, markets anchor on whether talks actually materialize. The U.S. and a group of regional mediators are discussing the possibility of holding high-level peace talks with Iran as soon as Thursday. Pull this over here. But are still waiting for a response from Tehran. Three camps. Pravorsky sees three camps across clients. One camp. This is stalling and posturing with the U.S. buying time ahead of potential military escalation into the weekend. I'm kind of in that. I don't know if they're stalling, but and I don't know that the military action from this weekend is the one that they're looking for. I think you'll have like an escalation over the weekend, and then I think it's going to take another 2 or 3 weeks to get everybody there. We're amassing more troops there than you know. I warn you, if you're watching this program, I warn you that when you hear things like, we're sending 5,000 of these guys and 3,000 of these guys and another 1,000 of these guys, we're sending way more than that. Way. And we already had, I think, 150,000 troops in the region. And we're sending troops from Europe and the United States, and we're spinning a bunch of people up. So I would expect at some point hundreds of thousands of troops, maybe even amassing million troops, a million, if we were to go into Iran. This is also why you saw news reports yesterday of the age being raised for new recruits to 42 years old and allowing marijuana conviction waivers. Now, we did allow waivers for those up to 42 years old to join the Army before today, but this is more in line with setting up a draft and scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like stop-lossing back in the mid-2000s. I was a fucking soldier. When I was a prior service soldier from 2000 until 2008, and I got fucking hammered by that stop-loss. And I know exactly what that is. I'm crystal clear on what that is. So when you're seeing those reports yesterday, we're already setting the stage for not only escalation, but we figure we probably would need 1 million boots to take Iran. It's somewhere in there around a million service members. So you can already see out there, not cracks, but just, hey, we're willing to go to the end here with this. So we got Camp 1. This is stalling and posturing. The U.S. buying time ahead of potential military escalation into the weekend. Every rally should be sold. You cannot jawbone molecules. Second camp, genuine progress towards peace framework. There was consternation yesterday, or I don't know if it's consternation, but there was jawboning yesterday that they have one guy. And then they called out the Ministry of Defense, willing to play ball on regime change. I would assume then that the CIA is there, some real high-speed elements, and Kurds are coming down, and Israeli spec ops are there, and maybe even some Saudi spec ops and whomever, and they're going to do a regime change. That's camp number 2. And that we just don't know it. Maybe they know it, we don't know it. And if that's the case, and there's going to be a regime change, we have to watch price action to identify if that's the case or not. If we start breaking out, holding, and start squeezing and rolling higher. Number 3 would be a hybrid. Talks are being seeded while troops continue to move, signaling pressure. I think I'm on that camp. If I had to pick one, it's probably number 3. If I was Iran, if you're Iranian, you're watching this program, I'm going to tell you something right now. If you're pro-Iran regime,
and AI investment drive divergence.
I'm going to warn you right now.
International goods trade.
If you're pro-Iranian regime, I don't think you're watching this program, but if you are getting the full attention of the United States of America at this point, and I assure you that we will not stop until there's either regime change or we take that country fully. With the full fight and flight of the United States military. I assure you of that. We don't need a single nation helping us. Not one helping us. I don't think people can grasp how large our military is. Forget fighting 2 fronts. We can fight more than 2 fronts. They say like the U.S. military has to be able to fight 2 fronts. We can fight more. We are the world's dominant power, period. Anyways,
Fitch Ratings
so
they expect elevated
if you're Iranian and you're not pro-regime,
through the rest of the
I
year.
think the U.S. is trying to signal to you that we will escalate each step along the way to that end. So I'm in that like the hybrid, talks are being seeded while troops continue to move. This is a good way for you too. Like this moment with Iran is a good way for you to look at a microcosm of what should take place with AI. It's very similar. And you should see like this same doctrine enacted in a larger scope as Gen AI comes online. You'll see like this. We'll meet you so far, and you say no. We're going to go one step further. We're not going to back down from it. It's just not in our doctrine. So I'm in Camp 3, a hybrid. Talks are being seeded while troops continue to move, signaling plus pressure. The head of the EU Equity Execution says he is in Camp 3. Okay, so I'm in with the head of the EU Equity Execution. The market was too pessimistic on even getting discussions off the ground. That said, early rounds are unlikely to produce anything durable. The betting odds on a ceasefire now stand at equal or greater to 50% by the end of April. I would say it's better than 50%. I would say that by now remember I said to you the bears need to hold this line right here. They're not done yet. They need to we need a big red candle right here. If they can't get that red candle, we start popping it up. Pop up here. We're going to execute along together.
Of authority over the Hormuz Strait.
We want to see this pop right up here. Hold this one right here, and we start partying to the upside. Watch this prior high over here, and this more specifically the second one right here, just so you can see my cursor around over there. By end of April, I would say I don't know, end of April. I would say by week 1 or 2 of April, we're kicking door kicking, life taking, and heart breaking. By that point, no, I can't say that would be the end of the war at that point. But I do think a lot of the consternation surrounding Iran not being Iraq is false. The people forget that Iraq was perceived as the third large, or not perceived. Technically, Iraq had the 4th largest army in the world. Now they are not as fanatical as Iran, but no matter. They were the 4th largest army in the world. That's what they were, and they went down in 3 days. It was 3 days. That's the 4th largest army in the world. So I do not give the same propagandist noise that you hear on social media that Iran is not Iraq. They might not be Iraq, but in terms of military might, when you're the 4th largest army on planet Earth and you're taken down in 3 fucking days, I don't see much more. I don't. You're talking about number 2 and number 3 is Russia and China. I would be fearful if I was Russia and China. Keep that simple. In recent time, with the Ukraine and Russia war, your 3-day operation did not take place in 3 days. Okay, and that shows you as well that the number 2 and number 3 military in the world, you want to have a squinty eye on those guys. When you're like number 1 and number 4, this should be a long drawn out battle or battles to find a decider. And that just speaks to the difference in who you're dealing with. The chasm between number 1 and number 2 and number 3 and number 4 and number 5, it's vast. It's vast. Even with those militaries combined, it's vast. So, moving on, we've got on Hormuz. there are signs that Iran is allowing some conditional transit. Key point. Effectively tolling flows, which eases the immediate tail. And that's the tail that I've been telling you about. That tail risk is hella dangerous. My boys in Cali, hella fucking dangerous. Which eases the immediate tail, but is structurally untenable and keeps leverage firmly with Iran. I disagree with that. I think that I would be fine if I was a negotiator, diplomat. I'd be like, yeah, charge $2 million. Take us away from the brinksmanship of this is a WMD and how we're going to respond. And not only that, it's a good tool to use.
We did put out the piece from Press TV of Iran's response
in reparations, where you can say, yeah, charge $2 million, we'll fund it, we won't make it public, and it doesn't piss off the Americans, the fucking, Walmart warrior class out there, and you use that as a tool to like help Iran to rebuild whatever the regime change would be. And you might not want to hear that, but that's probably what it truly is in the background. So is it untenable? Of course it is. But it's a good peace offering olive leaf to continue to use. And furthermore, the idea that some of these nations can still get their transports through, maybe the U.S. is printing the fucking suitcases full of money, and they're like, here, Japan, here's a bunch of millions for you, pay for your thing your boat to get through. Here's $1 million. You just printed a bunch of millions for you. Vietnam, you get your transit through. Saudi Arabia, whoever, Philippines, all these Western partners. You just do it.
Inventories forecast.
I know you don't want to hear that, but that's how these things happen typically.
It was a build of 6.156 million, with a range of.
Note here that the buyers came in at 10. This looks okay so far. So. We just gotta break above this little thing right here. This is looking good so far.
Inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.95 million. Prior was a draw of 2.527 million.
Still no exhaustion yet.
Inventories prior was a build of 0.944.
No exhaustion yet. No exhaustion candle. Remember, we're on a 1 minute chart here. So there's a bigger candle here for you new traders. There's a bigger candle here. The exhaustion candle's wider in terms of time. So we just want to keep seeing if we can pop up here and then take out this fucking high right here, which I think we're gonna do. I'm on breakout, by the way, if you want to know. I think we're gonna rip your fucking faces off to the upside. It's gonna be nasty, and I don't know if that's liquidity. I would do that if it was me. I would allow the rip to the upside. And then I would grab that liquidity to either sell down into an invasion or close the door, and we're going to head higher. Everything's wrapped up in nice, perfect bow, your volatility and your war fear and all that kind of stuff. On Hormuz, there are signs that Iran is allowing some conditional transit, effectively tolling flows, which eases the immediate tail. The tail that I keep telling you about, right? The WMD bullshit. Excuse me. Which eases the immediate tail but is structurally untenable and keeps leverage firmly with Iran. I disagree with that. I think it's I told you, olive branch. Think too early to call the all clear, but think market can begin to shape the condor or the contours of the end game. An example being they start far apart with demands and work closer together. For markets, the primary issue is not equities, it's rates. I agree with that. Well, it's rates because of why? It's rates because it's not just, no, this is wrong too. It's rates, but it stems from economic destruction with our partners. It stems from if you stop the naphtha and you stop the diesel and all that kind of stuff, these economies start to break everywhere. You begin to lose manufacturing abilities and the shit that you don't think about. Not the Apple iPhone being built somewhere. It's more the parts inside of the Apple iPhone. And that's the real problem. And
talks won't happen until the 5 conditions are met.
And then what happens there is it raises inflation rapidly. Hey, there's going to be a shortage here, bro, or you're not going to get this for another 2 years or a year or 6 months. So the demand goes higher, and then the prices go higher, and we can't cut rates in the U.S. So there's that issue too. And the other thing too here is, even with that doom, do you know what we did the last time that happened? Do you remember? Like, this is the one part of doom that this one thing that Americans refuse to listen to. Like, you tell them the doom story, but then what you don't tell them is that the U.S. will not allow that to happen. They will literally hit the money printer. You go down deep enough, and the U.S. will say, because we have an example of this, right? We have two. We got one in 2008, and we got one in COVID, don't we? So when you listen to like doomers, they're like, well, the rates, man, it's gonna be bad, dude. The U.S. is gonna burn. The U.S. economy will burn. You know what the U.S. will do? I'm gonna tell you right now. They will fucking turn the money printer on. And we will stop going down, and we will start ripping faces off again to the upside. Guess who turned on the money printer the last time? You remember? Anyone? It was Trump. Trump turned on the money printer the last time. And it was who else? You all know who it was, right? We print it digitally. And he's still in power right now, isn't he? So the real damage is in rates volatility. Central banks, particularly in Europe, are leaning hawkish while fiscal pressures are building. And they should. They should lean hawkish, but you know that there's a put. There's an ECB put, there's a US put, there's central bank puts that are there. So they'll lean hawkish, but if it gets that fucking messy, we know what they've done time and again in the past.
Crude oil inventories forecast for crude is a draw of 1.25 million.
Woo! There goes, slap the fucking ask on that. Did that just hit my shit right there? Look at that. Woo! What is that right there? What the fuck was that right there? What was that? The fuck was that right there? What was that? Let me get a little bit closer. What's that right there? The fuck was that right there? What was that?
Crude Cushing inventories prior was a build.
What was that? It's a little bit closer. Wait a minute. What was that right there? God damn. Woohoo! Man. Slap that ass. Let's see.
Senior officials as the Trump administration.
Okay, so they tapped it.
This weekend to discuss a way out of the war.
They slapped the fuck out of that one, didn't they? This is like 4 or 5 in the row in the past couple days. Okay. You see that fucking wick? God damn. That was near perfect right there. Now let's see if we can hold this. We want to hold this one right in here. And we'll see if we can take out the next one over here. Jesus Christ. That's what you wanted. Near perfect strike. Must be some computers or something running out there right now. Like they're like tick ding down. The algos are working right now. They got them on hot and heavy right now.
According to the Financial Times, Brussels plans carbon price break.
Woo!
Iran war squeezes industry.
Right over there. Fucking Christ. You're looking for this over here or that over there. If you see this over here, you can do that over there. And if you see that down there, you want to chase that over there. So the real damage is in rates volatility. I explained that deeper to you for a moment earlier. To be clear, and he says this is actually the environment. All right, ready? So governments already stretched now face higher defense spending and potential subsidies if energies stay elevated. So I already explained to you, like, if all this stuff happens, there's going to be a moment of hawkishness. If it gets too ugly with this tightening, or we're not going to cut rates or whatever, yeah, we'll go down. But if I want you to remember in the grander view, when you're like, yeah, it's going to be so bad, dude. The world's going to end. Like that aspect to it. Fuck no. There's a fucking Fed put, man. Like if we go down that rabbit hole of this is going to be 2 years or a year, and Korea's fucked and Japan's fucked and this is fucked and that's fucked, dude. All these banks are gonna step right in and slap that fucking money printer. That's what they do. They've always done that. So it's not that you can't listen to that garbage. It's not garbage. It's not that you can't listen to it, but just keep it in perspective. That if things do get that bad, we already know what they're gonna do. They're gonna spin that fucking printer up, and they're gonna fucking print cash. That's what they always do. And I know they don't want to hear that. It's kind of like that guy who wrote that article this week. There's some fucking guy out there. He's like, I want a Nobel Peace Prize for being an economist. That guy. That's why that guy works for a university. Because he likes to ponder shit and fucking write bullshit, and then he scares people. Who is this fucking guy? This asshole right here. Who's the guy that wrote the economy is fucked or something? The debt. This fucking guy. Who's this fucking guy?
Build of 6.926 million, a build of 6.926 million.
Who's this clown?
1.25 million.
I forget his name. There's some clown out there. You might know his name. It's been making the rounds here recently. There's this like guy. He's like an economist, and he's like, the debt's so bad, we're so fucked. I'm like, no, you're not. Get out of here. Like, stop. I've heard that more fucking times than I've heard that more fucking times than I can count. So no, we're not fucked. No, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of everything.
We have posted other reports.
At any rate, this is the same thing with will we turn the money printer on? Yes, we will. We will turn it on. We will print our ways out of any and every fucking thing, no matter what. There could be a nuclear. There could be a nuclear holocaust around the world, and there'd be like two guys in Manhattan with they'd be looking like Escape from New York, and they look like, what's this guy's name? Like Ernie, whatever his name is, Ernst, whatever. I forget, his great actor, but they'd be in New York City on Broadway or in Manhattan. They'd be down there fucking with burning tires, betting each other which burning tire is going to go further than the other one. So my point being is that the show goes on no matter what. So we've got, to be clear, this is actually the environment gold is supposed to work in. And the recent liquidation likely improves the entry point. So if you're in the camp of doom, and that the world is fucked and our economy is fucked,
down 3.9% after EIA.
Your trade is likely the gold trade. This combination is toxic for bonds. This is actually the environment gold is supposed to work in, and the recent liquidation likely improves the entry point. To be clear, the constraint on global risk is rates volatility. So if you're in that camp, that the world's going to end and all this other stupid shit and the economy is going to crash and blah, 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 gold is your trade.
Crude futures hold losses down 4% after the EIA storage data.
The level and speed of moves are not sustainable for risk assets. Rates need to stabilize for equities to function. A greater or less than 50 BPS move in the U.S. 2-year over 3 weeks is the largest since the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. You have my take on this. If you look at any of these 2-year rates at their peaks, we tend to rip fucking faces off thereafter. You got to remember, too, that you're being fed something that's late information. They're not telling you when the 2-year is low, the yield is low. Hey, bro, the yield is going to go to 4. They're not telling you that. They're telling you after it's done that it's going to get even worse. But this is like one of the peaks in yield on the 2. Usually, historically, actually signals a turn in the market and lower 2-year yields as we move forward. If we have lower 2-year yields as we move forward, what does that mean?
Diesel futures hold losses.
Means markets go uppies, right? If the 2-year yield though was to continue to grow, what does that also signal? Intervention by central banks. Fucking the shit they spew out there fucking gets me every time. The latest auction tailed, weakest bid to cover since May of 2024. It's actually weaker than that. It was actually the weakest since March 27th. They don't want to highlight this. It's actually March 27th of 2023. And if any of you know what happened then, anyone look at what happened the next 5 or 6 sessions or 10 sessions? We went vertical. And if you want to know what happened after that and things began and the volatility cleared up, what happened after that? We went literally vertical into July 29th. We went straight vertical, like vertical, no brakes, no all gas, no brakes, no nothing. So, you get
WTI oil price.
This could invariably be the bottom in a big way.
Of this year.
Where you're trading like the 7s, the 710s, the 720s in summertime. We're trading right now 658. So that's significantly higher from this point. Now, he does say, Pravorsky does go on to say, watch the 5-year auction in some longer dated German paper. Write that down at home. Sentiments and positioning. There was a meaningful short covering squeeze on Monday post-Trump tweets. It actually started on Friday. And when we sell down into quarterly OPEXs, you should expect that from that Friday into that Monday like clockwork. It has nothing to do with where we are and what's going on in the world. There's nothing unique here. There's no terminal uniqueness in this. We did not invent the wheel on this. It happens every single fucking time we blast down into a quarterly OPEX over the course of a month or 3 months or whatever that quarter is. We wind up bouncing ridiculously one way or another. I don't give a fuck what the news is. I get 0 fucks to give on that. You should bet on it on that close. If you hit that number and the downside, you're going to squeeze balls off.
Inventories rose in the latest week to the highest since June of 2020.
That's why those guys bought that open that morning. That's how. So he says was a meaningful short covering squeeze on Monday post-Trump tweets, but positioning and sentiment remain subdued. Vol is still elevated. VIX greater or less than 26, and V2 VIX higher. So there's still a premium embedded in the tape. This should, what I'm reading to you right now, should go hand in hand with the crayons that I'm drawing for you. Even if we fade into the weekend or another escalation scare, base case is a rinse and repeat dynamic. I've already shown you that earlier this morning with the crayons. White House leans back into negotiations early next week. That's how this grinds towards de-escalation. The tactical views. We've had the bounce. Greater or less than 5% off the intraday low and Eurostoxx lows. So tactically makes sense to tap the brakes into the weekend. Now the question becomes where? Is it rip faces off right now into Friday? Is it rip faces off into Monday open? And then have the doom of the contract roll on Tuesday? That would be, for me, there should be like some kind of height or top and then a slow roll down into the contract roll for doom on the end of month on the 31st. So tactical views, we've had the bounce, greater or less than 5% off the intraday low and Eurostoxx lows. So tactically makes sense to tap the brakes into the
Fitch
weekend.
rating says extended Middle East conflict could pressure LATAM bank credit profiles.
Where is here's 10:30.
Imports from Venezuela jumped to the highest since 2019.
Here is 11 a.m. Could actually drag that right out here if you wanted. This is 11:30. We'll see if the 12 p.m. flows come in. And if this can take us higher into the later part of the day. Remember this basis trade that I think this is the basis. I don't think it's I think 65 or 6,500 and lower is dangerous. I think it goes risk off personally. So here we go. We've had the bounce 5% off intraday lows in Euro stock, so tactically makes sense to tap the brakes into the weekend. Final confirmation of talks occurring tomorrow, probably worth getting back to neutral. Model outcome is the first round. Talks probably won't go anywhere. Modal, M-O-D-A-L, not model, but it's like modal. Modal outcome is the first round of talks, probably won't go anywhere. That said, downside less likely, less violent than last week, given that we've entered a de-escalatory pattern. Still, miscalculation risk remains high. Structural views. AI remains the dominant theme. The winners are all in the hardware, and most of that is in Asia. Jensen Huang's AGI framing is directionally correct. Multiple compression is real across growth and tech. The leadership pool is narrowing, not broadening. They prefer Asia, Korea, Taiwan, Japan as longs, hedged with Europe. The software weakness, I will continue as very structural derating. Watch IGV breaking lower. That has broader multiple implications. Still cautious on, this is Pravorsky saying, still cautious U.S. overall. Financials are unattractive given a credit plus curve, like healthcare, but needs rates to cooperate. Brazil stands out as a structural emerging market long. I am not in agreement with Korea or Japan. I think they're very risky. He's saying that they're less risky because of the de-escalation. I think they maybe, but I think that if things get ugly, if you're going to argue that things get ugly in the U.S. markets, the only way they get ugly in U.S. markets is if there's a breakdown in Japan and Korea. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? What's going on? Come here, man. What are you doing, you dirty old dog? What are you doing this morning? Anybody give you any meat? You need me to go get you some meat and hand it to you? That's what you need. My old man's getting old. He's on his last legs. I think he's like 12 years old. He's a border collie.
Says of these troops heading to the Middle East, he believes the US is wrapping up the military operation, and he believes boots on the ground is not the intention.
So that is Rich Pravorsky's take on all of this. It falls in line with the crayons that I drew for you. As long as you have like situational awareness and where this market is,
Speaker Johnson.
I think it's all mechanical from here on out. I think, or not here on out. I think it's all mechanical from now into quarter end and like that first week. I think this is all mechanical. Matter of fact, you can see it in just the tape right here. This is all mechanical. This isn't like you and I and whatever controlling everything. And I think we have higher to go. I think you're going to be looking for, or maybe there's a window. He says here that we might be on the high to start selling. I think there might be a few more squeezes left into the rest of this week. 70s, 80s, somewhere up in there. And I think it could get violent if it goes up there. We break above and start squeezing, it's going to be like vertical. just remember where your basis is. It's right here. This is where it is. We start losing this, and we'll start talking about, hey, the gig is up. We're going to start rolling to the downside. So we'll wait for this to happen. I'm still on this upside trade here. You know how I feel about this is like if you want like a top line, if everyone's bearish here, right, and you got like a reset for the next month or two, not every time, but most of the time you get these rip roaring, like if we haven't had these big squeezes yet, like Pravorsky's saying, oh, the squeeze is done. It happened on Friday, Monday. Normally it's a fucking face ripper. If you're a bear out there, you know what I'm talking about. It's normally like they fucking take every fucking stop. Like, and these are the stops that they take. They normally will come in here and they'll take every fucking one of these things right here. They will fucking blast through. Like you think you're slick Rick, and you're gonna be, this is it. And then it's ding, bye-bye, stop, ding, bye-bye, stop, ding, bye-bye, stop. And only then can we begin that roll to the downside. So even if we're going to go down. So I think they're going to smash through all your stops if you're already hedged. At minimum, I think that's what they do. So we'll wait and see if that happens, or maybe this is the top and it's just a matter of selling down. Maybe they're going to try to kill time so that they do get the roll from right here. But I don't understand the logic here. If you were like, if you're a bear, you'd want to sell it from higher. You'd want as much fucking juice as you can get, and as high as you can get to sell it down into the doom. And I think the highest you can get is probably the 70s or the 80s. So we'll see if that's the case. If we begin to lose it, though, we'll jump on board the doom train once again for the month of April. Okay, so I think I covered like the base case here. If you're a pro trader, if you're a pro trader, so we have like Bloomberg terminal drops in the Discord for supporters. If you are a pro trader, make sure you're reading those white papers that we drop on the pro channels. Keep up to abreast of the different professional traders like Pravorsky and Rubner and McGilligot. We post those things in another channel, and you just keep abreast of that stuff, because if you do, I've read those too. So if you just want to like, what have I read? What have you read? It's the same stuff. And then you can have like at least the idea of what am I consuming? What are you consuming? And how are you making your decisions based upon that? What else do we have here? Let's see if we can find anything from Rubner here. From Citadel. Here's another guy that we like. Let's go to Market Insights. We got Market Internals. That's from February. Let's see if there's anything in here. Citadel's latest argument is April capitulation checklist. I love it. And it's by Scott Rubner. So I'm going to read this one to you next, okay? I'll post this one in the Discord too. It's a good title. I don't know where they get their titles from, but whoever writes their titles, I'll read this one to you next. Scott Rubner saying on March 23rd, this was 2 days ago, says the title is April capitulation checklist. We already had the de-risking. We just need the capitulation, right? By Scott Rubner. Our GMI market capitulation checklist has not yet fully healed. However, as futures rebound this morning, remember this is on the 23rd, it is clear that the reflexive squeeze and short covering bid remains elevated. Many of these technical flow of funds dynamics continue to create air pockets in both directions. If any of you want to take a nap right now as we go higher, just lean back in your chair, and I'll speak slowly and comfortingly as I repeat the writings of probably one of AI and one of Rubner's lackeys. Our GMI market capitulation checklist has not yet fully healed. However, as futures rebound this morning, it is clear that the reflexive squeeze in short covering bid remains elevated. Many of these technical flow of funds dynamics continue to create air pockets in both directions. As key technical and positioning pressures begin to clear and IF geopolitical tensions ease, April has the potential to be a strong month for U.S. equities. Oh. Did you hear that? Strong month for U.S. equities in April. Upside tail risks appear underpriced. And in this type of environment, buyers tend to live higher. We removed our bearish February stance, shifted to neutral in March, options expiration, and are now tactfully bullish. Ooh. Are you laying in bed right now? Do you have your Eames chair backwards right now? Put your headrest back on that headrest. Kick those loafers off. Pour yourself a bourbon. It's midweek. It's hump week. Cancel your plans. You can do a vodka and cocaine lunch at 1 p.m. Until then, I will speak these soothing words of the bull to you. We removed our bearish February stance, shifted to neutral in March options expiration, and are now tactically bullish into April. Our positioning and sentiment indicators suggest that investor positioning has become overly extended to the downside. If you look right now at the gamma on the market, it's all puts. Now, I think 14 billion more flow off or come off on 31st. But if we can maintain those puts, I can see your point, Mr. Rubner. Let's rub them out, Mr. Rubner. It is time for a thread. GMI, the April tech checklist. Quadruple witching option expiration. I love that he still says quad witching. Even though they changed the date, I'm down with that. OpEx will represent the largest technical event of the month, with greater or less than 35% of U.S. options exposure set to roll off by March 20th. A clearing event for gamma that could meaningfully loosen the mechanical constraints currently anchoring the index. We also have another large expiry on the 31st, and we have contract rolls too. Number 2, this is the checklist for a big up April. Number 2, volatility stress. The S&P 500 skew reached the 98th percentile over the past 5 years, driven by elevated institutional hedging demand. With greater or less than 25% of options expiring, delta hedging pressures have eased. New overwriting strikes are now positioned higher and more dispersed, reducing the strength of the upside gamma wall in a move higher. Volatility is no longer the coach from the sidelines. It is quarterback one, telling when teams can re-risk. Number 3, systematic degrossing supply. Systematic strategies, including CTAs, risk parity, and vol control, have triggered de-risking flows below the 200-day moving average, amplifying recent downside pressure. Our 10% vol targeting model has already reduced exposure by more than 20%. So think about it like this. It's simplified, right? Vol control gang, CTAs, they're almost done selling. For them to begin selling again, and for volatility to reset, we likely need to go higher. And even then, you need to move lower to get below 640 to reintroduce more selling from those groups. That means that, like, top line, that if you're going to reset volatility, it's probably higher. Vol is already elevated. We need to reset it. That means higher. That also means that even if we go to the downside, you're not going to get the knock-on effects of these trend followers unless we break below the low set on Friday during OPEX. That could be a sideways movement up, is what he's saying. These strategies could transition into incremental buyers if the market were to move higher. That means what he's saying to you here also is that if we break out and go to the upside in April, we could rip faces off into April, right? Then you get another big rip for the April 15th tax deadline, and then we trade sideways and down. So the buyers will miss this move. We would consolidate in April. If we make this big breakout move, you're on board. Woo! All the suckers come in, and they were all bulled up. And you're selling calls into them. And then you come back in late April, and you buy again. And you ramp it up into May. And they're late again, the buyers. And then you ramp it up again in June. And then you ramp it up again in July. And then we do the sideways trade in July, and these bulls have missed all three rips. And they scream at you in the middle of July, bro, we're going to more all-time highs. And you go, I'm going to sell into that fucking guy a bunch of calls, and then we're going to go down for the fall. Number 4, liquidity conditions. While trading volumes remain elevated, greater or less than 20 billion in shares a day, market depth is extremely thin. Last week, the S&P 500 top of book liquidity was in the 3rd percentile over 2 years. Investors can transact greater or less than 2.5 million at the touch versus a greater or less than 12 million year-to-date average, which is back to Liberation Day levels. Lower top book liquidity hinders the ability to move risk quickly without impact. Number 5, elevated ETF short base. ETFs have accounted for greater or less than 35% of trading volume over the past 3 weeks. So there's a lot of you out there right now. You've all finally capitulated and abandoned your single stocks, and you're now seeking the safety of ETFs. My world. Both net and gross exposures have declined, while levered end-of-day ETF flows remain the key driver of intraday volatility. Number 6, quarter-end rebalancing flows. This is the one. Quarter end. This is the sauce. This is the 31st, and it's the first week or two. You know, you got a guy out there, and he's a professional trader on the street, or he's hustling down in Miami, or he's in a sweatshop in some mall in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. These guys hate buying a high if we're going up. And these fucking guys hate selling a low if we're going down. You know, if you look back on last October, it was extremely rare for October to be an up month. If you remember the street, they fucking raged. They were like taking crack away from a crackhead or the teat away from a baby. They were outraged that they did not get their seasonal low in the month of October. They will kick and scream to buy that high in October. And they waited until the November low, didn't they? When we came out of October 31st, I went on vacation and I said, we'll check back in the first week of November and see what happens. We'll see if they buy it. They didn't. We checked back the second week of November. They didn't buy it. We checked back the third week and they didn't buy it. They refused. We're not buying this shit. And so they waited for the seasonal low in the month of November to get long. Retail was already long. They drank the Kool-Aid up there. And so even right now in the inverse, I want to ask you a question. Do you think the street wants to sell right here? Fuck no. Do you think the street cares if we trade 670 or 680? Fuck no. If we're going to go down to the depths of hell, these guys want to sell on a sexy high. So we have what's called the new April, the quarter end rebalancing flows. March 31st marks the final major negative technical flow event, driven by pension rebalancing and quarterly options expiration. Pensions are expected to continue reallocating towards fixed income while reducing equity exposure, providing potential support to rates markets. Now, this is in the face of what Pavorsky is telling you, right? Significant options open interest will also roll off into quarter end. So what he's telling you basically is, if we can squeeze up to a high where people want to sell, you have the negative flows coming in the contract roll, and then you have the inflows in, right, that offset rates that even that back test might just hold unless we get some geopolitical risk or shock. Geopolitical risk shock, would use that term. Next thing up, we have the Q2 reset. New April inflows versus record outflows. We see new technical dynamic this April. Capital repatriation back to the USA, not the rest of the world. Back into technology, Mag 7, and back into quality. Remember, you also have what coming up? You've got earnings season. You've got the bull market. You've got looking ahead and forward. You have the rest of this year. And if we're not low enough, and you can excite the buyers in this like window, you might just have like some kind of like fading geopolitical risk, and then it's like the new shiny rock, right? You've got Trump trying to calm everything down, and then all of a sudden you get boots in the ground. All of a sudden you got a little bit of fixing going on in the Middle East, and then you've got everyone pinpoint focused on. Everyone's pinpoint focused on doom right now, in the shiny rock of doom. And then all of a sudden, there's a new shiny rock. Have you ever been in your favorite stock? And you're like, this is my favorite stock year round. And all of a sudden, you get a bunch of attention. Everyone's like, ooh, this guy over here knows everything about ticker symbol PORN. And all of a sudden, you're the guy that's like, I know everything about this ticker symbol PORN. And everyone's focused on you, right? Your stock's moving, it's going up or it's going down, whatever you are. You're the Bull Bear, you're Tesla Q or Tesla Gang, Tesla G and Tesla Q. And then all of a sudden, no one's paying attention to your stock up or down. They're not paying attention to it down. They're not paying attention to it up. They've moved on. And if you've ever been in that situation, it sucks. All of a sudden, there's no more. You're checking your Twitter feed, checking your our stocks feed, your Stunk Twits feed, and you're like, man, no one's here chatting anymore. No one's chatting on the down move. No one's chatting on the up move. And they're now chasing a different shiny rock. And so he's talking to you about this. If you come into that middle of April, things start cleaning up, nice shiny bows on boxes for volatility. You start looking at the summer and ahead. And all of a sudden, we're now all what? Experts on something new, right? We're no longer experts in the Strait of Hormuz. We're no longer experts on geopolitics and war. We're now experts on the bull market and quality and the AI build out. And Jensen Huang saying yesterday, we have Gen AI. It's just a matter of time now. It's a matter of building out these fab plants, more fab plants and more energy, baby. And all of a sudden, we're all back to being experts on that stuff, right? So he goes on to say, we see new technical dynamic for April. Capital reparation back to the U.S., not the rest of the world. Back into technology, Mag 7, and back into quality. ETF inflows have already reached $518 billion. Year to date, more than 30% ahead of last year, and more than 5 times the average by this point in the year. In an environment where liquidity remains thin and trading is increasingly concentrated and passive vehicles, these out reallocations can have an outsized impact on price action. US ETFs have seen significant outflows as positioning resets into Q2. Listen to this closely here. So we know that everybody's trading today the ETFs, but positioning is in single stocks here. So while we're all focused on the ETFs right now, there are massive inflows. While we're all worried about Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and all of these greater, huge macro bullshit things, quietly under the surface, we have inflows into Mag 7 and quality names. So you know how when I talk to you about Winky Face and I talk to you about earnings and I say to you, you know, you're looking for the stonks that dive. You shouldn't care about the day of their earnings. That trade was weeks ago. Weeks and weeks and weeks, either selling into it or bidding it up and getting out of it. And then when you actually get to the day of ER, you want to check the ones that get stabbed, right? And sent to the hurt locker. And then when I talk to you about Winky, what does he do when we get to actual earnings season? He fades away into the corner. The lights fade. Everything becomes dark. And Winky's gone. And Winky's over there going, oh, what got taken down to the hurt locker? I'm going to start to watch that stonk over the next 2 or 3 weeks. I'm going to watch that stonk for 2 reasons. I'm going to watch that stonk to see if it rips back up and prints, if I can catch that long. And I'm also going to be planning ahead to the next earnings season. Are we going to sell a high from this earnings season into the next one? Or are we going to buy this bottom and run it all the way up? So while we're all focused on the top line here, is that as we're all focused on all of this doom, there are inflows coming in right now from smart traders going, hey, I'm not going to focus on the volatility in the indexes right now. I'm just going to start getting long. I see this stock over here that's been in the hurt locker. It's been beaten down. It's got an earnings coming up. We got like this doom shall pass at some point. And maybe if I start getting long now, when these other traders get excited, you know, when you come on and watch my show and you chat with me and you say, hey, bro, this is P Doom for Iran. And we've got like horribleness in ETFs. And we've got a stock number or stock symbol PORN. We'll just do stock P. And this fucking thing is over here just being accumulated. Maybe it dips down for a minute, a little bit more accumulation.
Let's talk about the Iran conflict.
And then we actually get to that binary event, and you finally are in my chat going, Cap, what's going to happen here, bro? And I'm like, well, were you down here with this guy, Winky, over here? Were you buying all this shit down here? No, bro, I'm just bulled up, man. It's been cranking. And then, right? And Winky's gone. Fades into the background. Lights fade. Turns black again. And then Winky comes back in again over here. So they're purporting to you that what they're purporting to you is that quietly in the background, there are others out there that are quietly positioning for an up year, whether that's an up quarter, up year, up end of the year, that this too shall pass. Watch this closely. This is the 11:30 flows for 12 p.m. right here. So you can see it. This is the move higher right here. Do you see it up here? I shouldn't use red. It looks so terrible. Of course, the bear's like, this is the big move right there. This is the tick. And then we're just waiting for this to be bought to go higher in the 12 p.m. flows. We'll see if they jump back in again. Remember that they did. They bought it right down here. That's 10 a.m. And we're just waiting for these 12 p.m. flows and see if they can crank this up next here. Number 8. This is the checklist for Rubner. Sentiment reset. The Citadel Securities Retail, RORO, risk on, risk off, has declined sharply from February highs. In addition, the AAII bull-bear spread has reset to the lowest level in 3 months. While the CNN fear and greed stands at 15, down greater or less than 50 points from January, and its lowest level since November. Seasonal tailwinds. I agree. Since 1928, April has been the second best month for the S&P 500 for total returns. It's been even more so in recent memory. There used to be an adage that said, sell in, go away, sell in May, or something like that. Sell in May, go away. That hasn't been a thing for, now it might be a thing this year, but it hasn't been a thing for a long time. We used to wait until the end of May to get long, but consistently in recent memory, it's been April. It's either April or May. So remember how we start in, remember how we start when we come into the new year. I always say to you, or you'll ask me things like, well, are we going to start rolling? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's either January, February, or March, maybe the last day of March. On a once in a while, it'll go into April 2nd, let's say. But like, you've got the tails on either end. It could start January 1, it could start April 2nd. And there's this curve in the middle, right? This bell curve in the middle. And you want to start thinking, even if we continue to go down, even if we elevator to the depths of hell, let's say we elevator down to 6,000 or 620, you need to start thinking about the curve for seasonal weakness is getting a little long in the tooth. So when you're saying like, the bull case is getting a little long in the tooth, like we get rid of, or we come into end of January, you're like, we're at the top of the curve right now. You get in the middle of February and you're like, like we're rolling over the curve right now. You start coming down into like March and April, even if you're high, you're like, it's really long in the tooth right now. And that same thing applies here. Usually you get a bounce. And you know what's fascinating about that bounce is that bounce happens in bull or bear markets. There's no such thing as we're going into a bear market and you're not going to catch your seasonal bounce. We don't need to be doing all-time highs the entire time, but I want you to be aware that regardless, and I'll say this on the other side too, if you come into seasonal weakness in a bull market, you still get those pullbacks for your seasonal weakness, one way or another, whether it's quick and fast and dirty, or if it takes time to do. And the same thing applies here. So even in your doom or your, oh my God, the whole world is ending and we're never coming back and we're going to go into a bear market and blah, 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 blah. We're going to crash. You got to remember that we're in seasonal weakness. And at some point,
surveyed by
damn
Goldman
it.
Sachs see U.S. recession in the next 3 years.
By the way, GS is in like hardcore. We're selling this market right now. They are super positioned for this crash. Just noteworthy here.
Insurance executives are expecting U.S. recession to happen in the next 3 years, but they're still keen on private markets and seeking to increase their bets on the assets in the coming years.
Same place over here. Same bullshit right here. Nothing's changed.
More than half of the insurers surveyed by Goldman Sachs predicted a recession, up from 46% 1 year ago. They cited an economic slowdown and geopolitical tensions as the two issues that pose the greatest macroeconomic threats to their portfolios, followed by credit and equity market valuations.
So remember too that that seasonal weakness ends. Like it does. Like even in the worst bear markets, I've still seen the bounce twice a year. So let's say we're going to a bear market, you're going to still see a bounce twice a year. It's not straight fucking down. It's not like down and then down and then down. The same thing applies for bulls. How often do you hear bulls that are like, it's only up rows? I mean, I know we make the jokes about it, only uppies or whatever, but we do know that even in a bull market,
S&P 500 index pairing gains to 0.5%. It had been up as much as bond spot.
I gotta stop with this guy. This guy's fucking out of his mind.
Voice news disconnected.
I just gotta stop. I gotta stop with what's his name? Haha. Mr. Haha. We gotta stop with him. For the moment, so I can get through this. So seasonal tailwinds since 1928, April has been the second best month for S&P 500 returns. You know that we just had a major low on quarterly OPEX. We could also go back there and sweep those lows, but you're going to expect April to print. That's the expectation. With an average gain of 1.3% on the month. So as low as you can get to get long, you should get a fat print in the month of April. The index has risen in 63% of April's, with an average upside of greater than 4.3% in positive months. I bet if you were to take in April and May, it's even higher for like a June or July print. So if you're looking for like a low to buy, you're looking for like an April, May low. And if you were to extend out to June, July, you're likely, I would bet that it's somewhere around an 86 or higher percent chance. It's that high. Seasonality is also front loaded, with strength concentrated in the first half of the month. So the mid-April print is usually the best time. And I think Larry Williams also said to you that, I think he said like, in April 15th, you want to buy that low wherever it is. He doesn't care what the price is. And then number 10, tax refunds. And this leads into what Larry Williams says. He doesn't give a fuck where price is. He just says tax return day, get long. And he's saying there should be two prints. Like you got to print for early to mid-April, then you buy the low on the 15th, and you buy that one for the next print higher. Tax refunds. We are in the heart of tax refund season, with 53% of annual refunds issued by April 1st and roughly 75% by April month end. Citadel Securities retail flows data shows this has historically coincided with a pickup in retail activity. So if you remember my conversation with you yesterday where I was like, hey, as we're in capitulation mode, and you get frustrated and you're like, well, I stepped to the side and now I'm waiting for a bottom to buy and I'm getting eaten alive, failures to launch, new lows, this stuff like this right here, that you get frustrated, right? I'm out of here. I de-risked and now we're in capitulation. And the volatility is killing me here, and they're taking all my money, and I'm going to take my toys, and I'm going to go home. Now, what their point is that when you're in that phase of capitulation and giving it all back, and you got no money, that you're going to see a return in April 15th, and you're going to take one more swing at it. And you're going to come out with your return check, and you're going to deposit it in your Tasty account, and you're going to say, okay, I got $5,000. And we're going to let it all ride on green, on green 7. And we're going to roll that dice so I can make all my money back and stay alive for the rest of this year. Number 11, retail reacceleration. Retail investors, remember, you're waiting for 12 p.m. 12 p.m., new flows at 12. Retail investors have still been net buyers of U.S. equities each week in March since the end of November, despite a moderation from the record pace earlier this year. Retail selling pressure over the last 2 weeks has been limited to 3 trading sessions only. Year to date, average net notional traded on our platform has been more than 3 times higher on S&P 500 down days versus up days. That means that when we have a bloodbath in this part of the season, we get shanked down 3% or whatever, that retailers are stepping in and they're loading the boat. This spread has widened further in March as retail investors began selling into strength, and we are seeing this again this morning. Retail flows in our platform are relatively flat ahead of the Trump announcement. Now they are monetizing the pop higher after being strong net buyers last week. So even retailers are aware that when we come into the end of March and end of seasonal weakness, that any kind of bloodbaths that we encounter, that they step out there, they buy the dip, they run it up, and then they get out. We also know that they're buying single stocks in quality and inside of Mag 7. Our options flows have been net bullish over the same period. Citadel Securities retail flows show no signs of weakness from retail investors, more of a holding pattern, and willing to continue buying the dip once the all clear comes in. Number 12, the GMI bottom line. The setup for April is increasingly constructive. While risk remains and the broader capitulation checklist is not fully resolved, our data-driven assessment of sentiment positioning is overwhelmingly bearish. We will continue to monitor developments and update the GMI capitulation checklist accordingly. But for now, the balance of risks has tilted to the upside. So top line, what they're saying to you is that on any of these lows, whether it's quarterly OPEX, whether it's a rejection from on highs, whether Iran goes crazy, whether we trade 640, 620, 6,000, that whenever we're down there, these guys are buying those dips. Retail is showing up, and that they know that at some point that they can hold on and just ride this thing out into the summer months, middle of summer. I would say July 31st. You should start topping in like mid-July, and then a roll should come into play around the end of July. So if you're looking at like all the doom or focused on all the doom, you should also be looking at there are some smart traders and investors out there that are looking to get long. They're looking to get long on OPEX. They're looking to get long on a roll, on a rejection, on the daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger, and any of those opportunities that present. Now, that is counter to the sentiment that's out there. The fear and greed index is saying that you're afraid. And one of the things that people get sucked into is all the doom. And it's because these bulls that are buying down here have no glory. These bulls can't sit here and say, I bought the dip, bro, and I made $1 million in one day. These bulls are down here buying the dip, and they don't get their glory until you get bullish, until your sentiment changes. So these bulls are buying this, and like Winky, looking for the doom. And when you're knocking on Winky's door saying, hey, Winky, what do you think's going to happen on their ER or middle of summer? What do you think, bro? Is it going to keep squeezing or whatever? I want to get long here, man. It looks great. Look at it. It's been going up, bro. They're already exiting. These guys are then in their glory. These guys are selling puts down below in this time period right now. These guys are loading the boat on equities. These guys are not having their glory moment, but they will have their glory moment in the summertime. They'll stop into the Discord and say, hey, let me show you my entry in springtime while you were all bared up. And now let me show you my return. Here's my 20 grand, my 50 grand, my 100 grand. Here's my full year right here, man. I'll throw some shit in for the fall on a fall low. And I think this harkens back to the idea that what are you doing in this time period? Is your focus on selling down to 6,000? Is your focus on getting long for a spring and summer print? Like where are you in this? And I think most people, most retailers historically, they're sucked into the doom, and they're getting cut up with the volatility. They're getting frustrated. It's called capitulation, right? So we're in capitulation phase. We're not in de-risking anymore. We're in capitulation. They want you to, the street wants you to be hammered, right? Take the hammer their sentiment while they're buying these dips. So, if you want to look at the one side with Pravorsky and his doom, like Pravorsky's saying, we're not done going down. GS is going to close the door here, and we're going to go down to trade 6,000, 620, 640, or whatever. On the opposite side of that feeling, you have guys like Rubner telling you, yeah, they might be doing that, but whenever you're seeing these volatile days on the downside, you should be getting long. You should be buying those dips and put some time on them because historically, the edge is to you to be the buyer down here. We're trading today 650s, 660s, and I think on Friday we traded the 42. 42 and 20. After a few months, you're not going to think about those numbers, right? You look back in 3 months or a year, and it's going to look like a centimeter. You know what I mean? Like we're all wrapped up in the middle of how deep can we go? Can I get the tick? Can I get this? And you already have those that are already long. They've been long since 640, been long since 620 or 600. And you're not gonna be splitting hairs on what entry they had. Matter of fact, you're gonna be the guy that's buying the calls or the equities from them on those highs once we get into summertime. Those guys are gonna look like rock stars. Excuse me. So if you have the one perspective of shutting the door with daily trigger coming down over the weekly, it's going to be horrible. We're going to knife straight down to the bottom of the depths of hell. That recovery will be just as quick to the upside. And you should be starting to think about that now. You should be thinking about it on QuapX. You should be thinking about it on the downside on month end. You should be thinking about it if they close the door and we go down to 600 or 620. You should still be in that accumulation stance. And I think we just traded. What did we just trade here? We just traded 642 in that Friday. And I said to you that day, get long, right? Get long on the close here. And we got long, and look what it did. Whoop, straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up. Sorry. So when you're in this doom phase here, you should be thinking about, like, are we selling tops or are we trying to buy bottoms? And I think that's the greater story here from Rubner. Now, if you're a bear, I can understand you not paying attention to what Rubner's saying. I get that. If like bears barely survive when we're in up markets, right? So they have to make as much money as they possibly can. And you as the bull, which is most of the market, you get sucked into bears trying to make all the money they can while we're on a decline and seasonal weakness. You've got the noise from them, and then you've got the noise of the retailer that is full of fear. So you're being hit constantly, one side with the doom and fear from retailers, and you're being constantly hit on the other side from bears that do their best work in this time of year. And God, I feel like a fucking therapist here. Should go to school for psychology. And so the majority of the market are bulls, and 70% of them, 70% of retailers are bulls, if not a higher percentage. I would gander it's like 77. So you're faced with all of this doom, turmoil, and geopolitics. You're faced with big violence down, and you're not focused on what you're best at. What are you best at? Or you think in your mind you're best at? Being a bull, right? Getting long. And if you're a bull and you're best at being a bull, where are your biggest losses? When the move's already been fucking made and you're trying to buy the top of the run. where do bulls lose most of their money? We can simplify this. Where do most bulls, like retailers, lose their money? Here, right? Let's just simplify it. It's not that it's not rocket science. Oh, I don't know. And you're asking a bull this. Oh, I don't know. And so you say to the bull, you say, okay, so where are you getting that information? And they go, well, this bear over here has been talking to me. They're running Twitter right now. They're running my StockTwits feed over here. And the street is telling me the same thing, bro. So I don't know. And then when we go up here, what does a good bull do? Well, there's strength. I gotta buy strength, bro. So you buy your calls right here, and then they plunge you back down again, right? And you're the supply. So what do they say, right? When fear is really bad, you're a buyer. And when everyone's screaming how bullish it is. Dude, it's awesome right now, bro. Buy calls, man. You're the supply again. So if you're going to be a good bull and we're in this doom phase, let's call it here or here, are you transitioning from all of your doom to get this up move here? Or even if we lose it, you say, oh, yeah, bring it on, bro. And you're adding to it. You're like long, 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 long. And you have to start making this shift. And sorry, I got to get back over here. Hey, right back where we started. Is it 11:35? Let's see if we can get that nice 12 p.m. flow to go up again. Still can't shake it, can they? Not happening yet. So I want you to out there, if you watch this show, right? When we have this doom, right? I've laid out all the doom for you. I've laid out all the GS, and I've laid out the risk to markets and geopolitics and war and all this other crap, right? You've heard enough of it. You're going to begin to hear this show start to introduce the idea of where are we buying bottoms? Where are we starting to look up? So you see the transition in bear, risk off to where's the fucking bottom? Let's get out of here. The perma bull Captain Jim James starts to say to you, we start loading the fucking boat here. If we go down to 6,620, are we going to buy all that shit too? How much longer can this last? Oh, hey, they just removed the WMD thing. The book being written from the bear, it starts getting convoluted. Right, it's been getting convoluted since going into QuapX. It starts to get convoluted when we get into the month end. You start asking yourself about April, and you start reading the book from the bears, and the bear book is like, it starts getting convoluted. It's like fucking 500-page essay, 1,500-page pushed around astroturfing on the internet. It becomes like, it's convoluted. Well, all these economies are going to go down, and it's going to be horrible. What about QE? Oh, I don't want to talk about that. And like you start like reading what needs to happen for the end of the world, and you start saying, you had your fucking chance, man. You had your seasonal weakness, bro. You got your QuapX. You got your, you got this closure up here happening. Let's talk about this. If the bears close the door on the daily trigger, on the weekly trigger, what do we know? What do we know? That whatever the fuck that low is, it's going vertical. So the book ends. It either ends right now or it ends on whatever that closure's bottom is, right? It's either a retracement of the lows at 42 or it's 20s or zero. We can't price in World War III. I mean, so the bear book is ending. And the bear book gets more convoluted for this, like, I want to trade 6,000 or 620 or 640 or retracement. Like, it gets even more convoluted. Normally the stories get out of fucking control. And we're already seeing that right now. You saw it in that article that was passed around this past week with that economist. There's a reason that fucking guy works at a fucking educational institution. Do you know why? From my experience when I went to college, from my experience when I was in the Army, from my experience when I had to go to fucking training in my profession, guess what I realized? Anyone in education, no offense to you, you do a hell of a better job at teaching people, but you more than likely didn't make it in the private companies, right? In private employment, because your results must work, right? You must be result driven to have a job. If you can't do that, you go back to education. You can be the smartest guy in the fucking world. I don't give a fuck. If I hire you and you work for me and you know all the ins and outs of my industry, but yet you can't bring me results, guess what happens to you? I fire you. And you have all these qualifications. And so where do you normally turn for work? Educational institutions. That's what you're good at. You're good at teaching people concepts or, whatever, anything around concepts of an education. And they shine there. That's where they shine. But they don't shine to be results driven in private employment. Private employment lives and dies on that. Educational institutions don't. And normally these people that are really smart in these topics, they get pulled out they get dragged out on time periods like this. Let's bring in the expert on why we should go to zero. Or let's bring in, for the bulls, let's bring in the expert on why Tesla's going to go to $100 million. And they bring in the expert. And that's all they are. They're just experts. Why are they experts and why are they not working for a private company if they're that good with the actual outcomes of this stuff? And it's because they're not. So the convoluted story should increase from now into, let's call it mid-April. And it's like par for the course. You're going to get these guys come out. They're going to sound big words. They're going to sound like they got all the certificates, and they're going to tell you this is going to happen and that's going to happen. But they're not going to tell you the other side of it. They're not going to tell you, well, we're going to destroy these economies in Asia. We're going to destroy our economy and all this other stuff. What they don't tell you is what? That we're going to get QE if that happens. You know what I mean? It's the same shit dogma. It's not based in reality. So I want you to think about that over these coming weeks. I want you to think about if we escape and up and away, if we just squeeze up to 70s and 80s and come back down to the depths of hell, just note that there is a very small, this is the 30 to 3%. 30 to 3% of the market that is not eating all of this doom. They literally, their brains work the opposite. Their brains are like, okay, we're going to start buying 42. We're going to start buying 20. If we can get there, we'll buy zero if we can, 6,000, 620, 640. And I'll add more and keep some ammunition if we break out. Maybe I bought the 40s. I can't. We never went back down to the 20s or the zeros. We start breaking out from the daily and weekly. I can start loading even more there. I'm keeping a little bit of dry powder. And these guys are focused on this. These guys are laser focused while you're continuing down the doom train. So I want you to think about that too, which is you've got people that are tactically positioning themselves for a bull move, whether it's at 42, breakout from the cross of daily trigger, weekly trigger, or more ammunition down at 20s and zeros. And they're doing this actively as you go to them and say to them, dude, this is bad. The economy is going to crack in half and the world is going to split open and we're all going to die. And that guy is like, dude, are you not paying attention? We just traded 42. What if we trade 20 and zeros? Are you ready to go on that shit? And you're like, no, dude, I'm on down. Doom. Dude, are you even a bear? I never hear you being a bear. So you have to like think to yourself, or am I speaking to a normal bear? Like if I'm speaking to a bear, fucking I respect that shit all the time. If I'm speaking to a bull that's in that bear mode, you need to start shifting that sentiment from, oh my God, it's all going to end to, hey man, where can I start adding here? The 40s, the 20s, the zeros. Do you have ammunition for it? We just hit one of them. So if we hit the 40s, 20s, if we break out above the daily trigger and the weekly trigger, are you adding there? I mean, if you come up here, right, and you go to do we have this again? I mean, I'm sure a bunch of you have been here in this, right? I mean, I can understand a bear. I can understand a bear that's like, I want to make more money down here. I want to make money down here. I understand that. But if you're a bull, how many times have you, or maybe you're a bear and this is what you want, and maybe you're a bull that's fear, in full fear, and you're encapsulated in all this. And how many times have you personally been focused on this? And what you wind up seeing is the move higher, another high. And regardless if we go up or even if we swing down and up, we start going higher again. How many of you has that bearishness carried over into this right here? Where the market's moving away from you, you're stuck in that bear town, and you get left behind. You watch the market go up, 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 and eventually it's, mooning all-time highs, and you're either jumping on that bull train then, or you get left behind and you go, fuck, I just need it to come down now so I can get in. And it's like this vicious cycle. So if you think we're in the beginning of the bear story, we are not. We are at the end of the bear story, one way or another. In one way or another, there's a guy out there, and this guy is doing this right here. There's a guy here that goes, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put out 30% of my money here. The 30% of my money, where's 20? Right there. 30% of my money right here. And worst case scenario, at 6,000, I'll put another 30%. I'm going to DCA my ass, and I'm going to do another 10% right in here, a little bit of dry gunpowder. Now let's talk about this guy. This guy right now put in 30%. So he's done this one. And let's say we don't go down there. Whoop, pop up. Whoa, I got some exposure. Sweet. Did you go 100%, bro? Fuck no. I'm going to wait for a back test. So we come down here. We back test to go higher. 30%. Back test here. 30%. 30. 30. Oh my God, all the way down here, bro. 10%. And this guy is just loading the fucking boat down here. That's all he's doing. If you break out up here, he's got 30, 30. Catches another bounce over here. He's 30 again. Right? Another bounce up here, 10%. He's full born it now. So he's on exposure here. He's on exposure down here. And meanwhile, you as the bull are going, oh, dude, it's all doom. It's like doom here, doom down here, doom, 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 doom. And these guys are already shifting. These same guys here are unloading and any highs in the spring. We remember the expectation for the end of year in 25 was 680. We hit 7,000, and anything over that is gravy. 7,000, 705, 710, 715, doesn't matter. It's all gravy. No one thought we were going above 715, so it's all gravy. I'm going to take the money and run, pull my profit, and now I'm down here trying to get long again. Any low you can give me, I'll take. So you should at some point, as we enter the end of seasonal weakness, begin shifting your outlook, even if there's more down, into get me long, baby. And I think that's what Rubner's saying. Rubner's saying to you, keep pushing this over past 12 p.m. over here in case they get the new low. Here's your first load. Same setup as 10 a.m. They tried to lob it down on you. Again, if they can't get the new low and the 12 p.m. flows come in, we're going to rip faces off yet again. So my thesis here to you is, have we lost the green bars? Nope. Remember, you need a low and a second low. My thesis to you is, if you out there are extremely bearish, if you're extremely bearish on the doom and on the down and all this other stuff, I would say to you that you should begin thinking about any down moves, any 40s, 20s, zeros, getting your ass long and start looking higher. And I want you to mark this at home. If you're watching this at home, I want you to mark this. These fucking bulls, right? They're not going to get their print and payout today. But when they get their print and payout in middle of summer, whether it's April being an up month or the middle of July, what do we call it again? Summer doldrums. Those guys are going to be there taking their money, and those guys are going to be selling into you for a seasonal low in the fall. And we're low right now. We were low on QuapX. QuapX, we're at 42, I think. It's in the ballpark of putting on some money for that summer trade. And in Rubner's view, if you're broke, fucking A, man, you got your tax return coming in. You got one more swing for the park. And as I said to you earlier, when you look back on these lows, whether it's 40, 20, or 0, and if you look back on a chart, you're going to look there and you're going to say, man, that's a centimeter. That barely registers. And we're so high right now. And I should have gotten long. I had like fucking 6 opportunities down there to get long. And why didn't I do that? And even if you bleed right now, you come back in a month and a half and you're like, woo, dude, my shit looks so good right now. You're going to be a happy trader, happy investor. Let's see if we can get one more squeeze up in this 12 o'clock flows. We definitely don't want to see the sellers come in. This is a setup again. You got a low. You then need a new low after 12 p.m. to start the process to go to the downside, if we do. I'm still on uppies. My thesis is that we're going to go up, 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 and we're going to trade the 70s and the 80s. If we begin to make the new low, the second low, I will transition to sell the world. But we're not there yet, so we just kind of hang on, watch this take place today. I would like to sell a high. I would like to sell the 70s or 80s, either one. So I'm either selling the highs or I'm going to sell the lows if we can get a second low. And we're not there yet. Just hang on tight. Leave that right here for you. We want to watch these 12 p.m. flows. I'll be right back. I'm going to go potty really quick. I've been sitting here now. I think it's 11:48. We got 12 minutes until we commence 12 p.m. And I'll be right back with you guys. Oh, and I'll put Captain Haha on the news squawker.
Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters says we have firmly and strongly rewritten the laws governing passage through Hormuz, and the authority to grant passage rests with us. Netanyahu says we have removed the threat of an invasion of towns in northern Israel and are expanding the buffer zone further. It's in regards to Lebanon there. Iran's Tasnim, citing unnamed military source, says Iran could activate the Bab al-Mandeb Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territory or islands. So just in regards to that last headline, that's between Yemen and Africa. Freeport LNG says price for June and July energy cargoes could rise above $17 if war continues and Europe competes for supply. Freeport LNG CEO Smith says if the war does not end soon, disruptions will lead to some delays in construction of LNG projects. Tasnim citing the Iranian military sources, Iran has the will and capability to create a threat to the enemy in the Bab al-Mandab Strait. And Tasnim is quoting in Iranian military sources, if the US wants a solution for the Strait of Hormuz, they shouldn't add another strait to their problems. Netanyahu says military campaign against Iran is in full swing. Contra Axios, they say that economists and investors pitch Washington on AI-driven job loss safety net. So from Axios, America has no plan for how to manage an AI wipeout for jobs. Now there are calls for lawmakers to design a safety net before any crisis emerges. Iran reiterates Hormuz Strait won't return to previous state. That's Iran's Meh citing joint military spokesman on Strait of Hormuz. Again, Iran reiterates Hormuz Strait won't return to previous state. So, in regards to Iran, this from earlier news that they rejected Trump's administration's ceasefire proposal, as according to Iranian state media and the Iranian consulate in Mumbai as well.
Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. What do we got here for target? This is the same one, right? This is the same low right here for 11. Where's 12 o'clock? Right over there. Right there. Right down here.
MSC says emergency fuel surcharge on trades from Northern Europe, including the UK, and Scan Baltic to Red Sea and East Africa.
Where's 130?
It's gaining a bit of a repeat here from news now, but CNN citing two senior administration officials on Iran talk plan. So the US is working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan this weekend. So, a reminder early on, according to Pakistani officials, they said there is no confirmed date or venue for possible US Iran talks in Islamabad, and Iran has not yet agreed to talks. CNN reported just adding that the US is working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan this weekend.
Oh, yes. There we go. Tone that voice down there. Tone that voice down there, Mr. Hee-Haw, Mr. Ha-Ha. Turn that frown upside down and get on the right side of. Tell us all about the talks. We're getting talks in Pakistan? You're kidding me. We got a coalition of the willing now.
According to New York Times citing sources, Netanyahu ordered maximum effort to be made in the next 48 hours to destroy as much as possible. of Iran.
Oh man, we got Mr. Hee-Haw back again.
According to IFX, Kremlin says Russia has conveyed concerns on Bushehr and NPP to the US.
Well, I don't care about Russia.
Russia has conveyed concerns on Bushehr nuclear power plant to the US.
I give a flying fuck about Russia, bro. Sorry. Fuck their concern. Concern all they want. They should do something about it.
Also from the New York Times, citing sources, Israeli military intensifies strikes in Iran as Washington and Tehran talks become more likely.
There's a giant hand of God coming up from underneath the half-hour trigger on SPX is like this right now. Underneath the surface of SPOOS, there's a giant sweeping hand, like a shark coming up from underneath the depths of hell right now on SPX. In the form of the half-hour trigger.
CNN report in regards to the US working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan. The advance.
You can't see it, but I can.
Discussions.
I can see it. It's right here. Underneath in the depths of hell right now. You don't see it, but it's not showing up on your SPY chart. But do you see it right here? It's right there. There it is. See it right there? It's right there. And it just grabbed that low and it's just pushing right now. Look at that. 1 hour. This is a 1 hour block right here. This is so rare. This whole block right here is telling you it's pushing higher. Momo's coming up from underneath the depths of hell here. Can you see it now? See it right there? I can't see it on your end, but I can see it on mine. It's right here. This was that last hour between 12 and or 11:30 to 12:30 right there. That was the low right there that was just put in. And it's just coming in to hunt, to push and drive price higher right now.
We have put out the article from New York Times. Israel races to hit Iran hard while it still can, leery of possible talks. Officials.
Hidden hand of God is coming up as you thought it was going to fucking get shanked. Oh. 1 minute trigger crossing the 5-minute trigger right now. If you're in the pro channel, I posted the trade to you right here. Right there. Right on that tick right there.
Channel 12 News.
Right
Mustafa
there.
Khamenei is still alive.
You can go in there and look.
He's involved in decision
Go take a look. Good, you can take a look at it. This is the, when did I post the trade? 12/16. Trade was posted right here. Right there. This is where we started. This is where we are. And we're going up there. Don't poke the Russian bear. Uh-oh, where are we going? Wrong way, spoos. Well, we know it's the right way. Get over here, you dirty dog. You can come over here too, Mr. Dirty. You're not my dog, though. You're the girl's dog. I don't hang out with girls' dogs. There's too many fucking women around here. Women everywhere. I need more dudes like you. Come here, Jack. You're a man dog. Come on over here. You dirty old man. No, you go hang out with the girls, bro. Girls love you. Go over there and like let him pet you and all that shit. This dog works all day long. He needs to be told he's okay. He's a good man. Trading 658.16 right now. This is our first break right here. Just broke that one right there. Just waiting to break this one up here. They're going to pull it back. You can get a little of this right here, then a little bit of that right there. Raise your stops if you're in the trade with me. Raise them to, in your head, raise them right about here. Get rid of that. If you're already long with me, you're just going to raise your stops right there. You guys give up too easy. Yeah, we got this one over here. You know they're going to try to take There's one right there. And they're going to be pissed if we take that one right there.
Told me the Trump administration had yet to receive any official messages from Iran rejecting the offer.
Oh yeah, say it. You have to repeat that, Mr. Yahya. Ha ha. Mr. Repeating fucking unconfirmed diarrhea from Iran. I'm going. One minute trigger crossing the 5-minute trigger on SPY. Half-hour trigger and hourly trigger on SPX pushing price up right now. What's the ES doing? ES trying to come. Oh yeah, ES now firmly above the hourly, but not the half hour. All three indexes.
EU ambassador to the US says US energy exports to the EU will increase over time, up to 57 to 60% in the next few years.
A U.S. official told me the Trump administration had yet to receive any official messages from Iran rejecting the offer. So, if you're hearing rejections of offers, it more than likely is regime and not the replacement regime.
Authorities say drones from Russian airspace hit Estonian and Latvian territory.
Uh-oh. Like Barron Trump. Those guys can't catch any breaks, can they? Like Barron can't catch any breaks. Jared can't catch any breaks. None of the Nepos can catch a break here publicly, can they? Yeah, what does hit mean though? Is it like, did they go off course? Did they attack? It doesn't say attack, it just says hit.
According to a New York Times report on X, they say some Iranian officials has said today that Iran was considering meeting with US negotiators in Islamabad, Pakistan, over the next week to discuss Trump's proposal, but will not entertain a temporary ceasefire.
Oh, look at ES. Whew. ES looking saucy right now. Bone spur or bone spurter. Spurred bone. I like spurred bone better. I'm going to delete mine. I like yours better. I'm shitting on your awesomeness. Spurred bone. Sounds like he's angry about it. Are there any GIFs for that? Let me just look up GIF that says that. Do you know what is legit though? Is it Bone Spurs? What's the one that you get when you don't work out enough and you start running? Is that Bone Spurs too?
The ambassador to the US says no.
Shin splints. I remember those shin splints. God.
The Middle East crisis.
You get people that would go in the military and they'd start running for the first time in their lives. They get shin splints. Those things are fucking gnarly. I didn't know they were a real thing. And then the first time I saw them, you can tell if you get them because they would get these huge welts in the front of their shins. And what it is your bones. If you don't work out, you get these calcium deposits, and it's like little tiny razor blades. No, not razor blades, like hooks. And as you start to run, it tears up your calves. It's gnarly. Some people they'll wear down those spur or those splints, but if they don't, they can't do anything. They get kicked out. Man, you know you're gonna do it. Just give me that pop, baby. Give me that fucking big old pop up here. I know where you are. You're up here. I know where you are. You're somewhere up here, man. Just fucking big fat green line. Like, what are bone spurs? Like, do they stop you from let's look at what they are. Bone spurs are smooth bony growths develop on joint edges, often caused by osteoarthritis, aging, chronic stress, injury to the area. Yeah, okay, so pain. They cause pain. Well, the one interesting thing about bone spurs is the fucking military hates if you have foot problems. That's for sure. Like flat foot, same thing. Not same thing, but terms of like exemptions and stuff. Chronic pain in the joint or the back, stiffness, range of motion. How about bone spurs when you're young? How about bone spurs when you're 18 years old? I have a hard time believing that an 18-year-old couldn't do it. If I have bone spurs at 18, can I still run? Years old, can you still run? Can I still run? Oh, I can absolutely continue to run with bone spurs at 18. Okay. As many runners manage them successfully. Bone spurs often cause no pain.
5 units total $7.2 billion.
Is Trump buying special shoes for Trump Jr. maybe? I don't know. I guess I have to find out. Best doctors in the world, right? How old is Jared? Is Jared like 43? Oh, he's 45 years old. Yes. just missed the cutoff for the draft by that much, by this much. A lot of updating of birth certificates going on out there. I am 42 and a half. I'm sorry. What's your name? Ricardo. Dude, you sound like you're from Boston. The good news is that if you're young, you'll be able to tell an old man at 42, a boomer, to get down and give you 20.
According to
the other bonus is
they say that ships loaded
if there's a draft and you're young, you'll get put in a draft with older people too. You have a better chance of not going to war as quickly. Oh fuck! To be 42 years old going through OSIT. Ugh. I can't even think of that. Like, you're gonna run in full battle rattle, bro. It's gonna be fun times. We don't do sneakers here, soldier. that's Yeah, I had trying to think of what I had when I was younger. Most of my stuff was like physical injuries. I smashed my foot once really bad. I broke it skateboarding. They put a bunch of screws and pins and shit in it. But I have a major scar. I still have some pain from it today, but I have worse pain from other shit. It's actually it's served me well for what happened to my foot.
Getting reports here that Ross, part of the USS George H.W. Bush Strike Group aircraft carrier, likely not far behind, leaving Norfolk to replace.
I feel like this is the movie Old School, where we're still holding on to the basis here.
As according to a Fox News correspondent.
Like, the argument is the basis is lower, but I don't believe so. When I looked at the gamma yesterday, like the basis was 50 yesterday. Today it's 55. Like, if our bulls, at least, they only have like 3 days to do this. They have like today, or they have today, tomorrow, or they have Friday too. But if they start losing like 55 today, it gets nasty to the downside. I don't believe 50 will hold. Or I think as time passes, 50 won't hold. I should maybe rephrase that. I'm not sure. Like, I don't think they're going to hold 50. Like 6,500, I think we go down there. It's like, close the fucking door. We're out of here. The way the gamma looked, I'll look at it again right now. Matter of fact, I'll do it right now. I haven't looked, but I looked at it yesterday on stream, and yesterday on stream, what I could take away from it was you can hold 50 and 55, 6,500 and 6,555 yesterday. Today, you kind of have to hold 6,555. I would expect that tomorrow. I'll look at it right now, but it looked like you have to step up every day this week, and if you don't, it's Jover. What does that mean? It's Jover. I forget. That used to be an old school meme. It's Jover meme. Is that Joe ScarJoe maybe?
10 minutes ago now to the top of the hour.
Let's look and see.
5-year note auction. Prior high yield.
Oh no, it's Joe Biden.
Private cover of 2 spots.
It's a Joe Biden sling phrase meme, blending Joe, and it's over to mean something is finished or cooked or doomed. It's the opposite of we're so back. It's so Jover.
A bigger concession for good result. Latest CFTC.
If we lose 55, in my view.
We're net short 1.8 million 5-year note futures.
We'll look at it though. I'm gonna load it up right now. We don't do this stale gamma stuff around here. We do at the minute. We have the good data. We have the expensive data. I'm going to load it up right now for you in the background. We'll take a look at it. We looked at it yesterday, and it was kind of like the last time we looked at it when we look at the 1, 2, and 3 dates. you kind of like have to hold this stuff, and if you don't, it starts. It's basically because we're in negative gamma. Like if you're in negative gamma and we're squeezing higher, dealers will help you. But the moment you start losing certain levels, it just deteriorates, and the dealers are going against you, and they're just selling hard. You got to remember, we're not in a supportive environment, so they will, like, if we lose this one right here, they will chase the fuck out of this to the downside. This is where my stops are right here. No, I don't get stopped out here, but if they do plunge us here, if they like plunge us down here, I got to get out in case we get sent to the river down here. Hold on here. Gotta watch this closely. Let's look at this. Let me see if I can get this thing spun up here for us. We'll take a look at. We'll get current, legit, like current to the minute SPX gamma data right now. I'm loading it up right now. Let's see what it does. We'll go to the gamma. Let me turn that. Why is it so dark here all of a sudden? Wait a minute. It should be. If I change my screens, it gets super dark. I look like I'm sitting in the dark right now, but I'm not. It must be like the sun or something. Maybe I'll turn up my light over here. I got a little bit of natural light in the background, and it kind of fucks with. That's better. Looks like I've got the sun on me now. I look like my glasses look like the guy from the old school Fed chair. I look all smoky and stuff. I forget his name right now. I don't know why he's a famous Fed chair. He used to smoke a cigar back in the day. I'm having a mind block on him right now. Maybe I should just bring this closer. Oh, I can't bring it closer. Put it over there. What am I supposed to be doing here? Okay, here we go. We're gonna switch over to the trigger screen. I'm gonna need a transition for this. Something cool. Probably have like a picture of Bork spinning or something. And like his face comes in and out of focus because he's a handsome guy. And we're going to switch over there right now. I don't have any transitions for this page yet, but we're going to try it right now, see what we can do. Oh, yes. Kinda. We kind of have one. Now, this thing down here, I got to move this down here because why? This page, I need to have the chat box here, but I got to fill this thing in down here, whatever that. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Why can't you see my stuff? Why can't you see my, that's fucked up too. I got the wrong screen up. Sorry, you can't see my cursor here, but I'll have to fix this later. But the first thing that I want you, so this is our Gex Viz tool that we have on our website here. It's pretty cool. It gives a whole bunch of information up and down. It even gives a little explainer down here what to do. I didn't know you couldn't see my thing. Yeah, that's right. Keep pumping, bro. Keep pumping. The few things we want to be looking at here. Let's first look at where we are in the market right now. We're trading 66.06, and what I want to show you here is right where we are. Where it's like can you see this or no? Oh, you can see that. Okay, you can see this.
5% private cover of 2.32.
Okay, so what we're doing is I want you to look at. You can't see that. Can you see that? Right? Oh, you can see that. So we're pounding up against this right here. Okay. And we're having some technical issues here in the background. So basically what we're doing is this. Pound, pound, pound. And you can, of course, see why we're rejecting off of this every time we pound up there. And what we're trying to do is just break above it. Whoop. Now, if you're able to break above it, right, and make a couple highs, if you can do that right there, it doesn't matter if we swing low. You're just trying to take their stops. If you take their stops, the door is open to trade some big numbers. There's a max pain at 67, or this is 6,700. There's a max pain at 6,710. And in theory, we could potentially trade all the way up into this one right here. Now, I can't tell you we're going to go there, but what I do want to show you is that this here is this call wall is 6850. Woo! This is net gamma. Now, of course, this wall right here at 6,700 is the first one you got to get past. So if we're smashing right here, and if we can just get above, maybe we hold this right here and we can smash into 6,700. There'll be a little bump in the road right here, but like 6,700. And then all of a sudden this turns into some positivity, and we can maybe even trade that right there. Now this big squeeze up here, that's a really low percentage chance that we do this, but there are things that need to happen to do that. So this is your net gamma right here. And you got to remember that we have more gamma blowing off on Tuesday, and we have a weekend. And when do the dealers like to print those upside prints? Weekends. And then the Tuesday Colbert bump or whatever. Now we're going to look at one date next. And this is for today. And so you've got us at 6603 right now. And 6603, which is, come on now, right here. So we're smashing into this one right here right now on one dates, which I would assume we need to hold this at minimum for today. So we need to hold this, and we need to grind into this stuff right here, like eat into this stuff above. The max pain for today is 6650. Okay. So we need to, if you want to mark this down at home, if you're watching this at home, you want to hold by end of day 6580. And we're at 6602 right now. So we need to hold, write this down at home. SPX 6580 needs to be held. And we want to keep smashing into this stuff up here. Okay, max pain, 6650. We want to hold 6580. Now, we can trade as deep as 6500 today and still theoretically, so we can smash into this stuff, and theoretically, as long as this one holds, we're good to go. But I don't think sentiment will allow this, okay? So just be aware that I think if you're down here, it starts to get like, hey, we're down here, you know what I mean? Or hey, we're up here and now we're down here again. So, or we're pinned in. Even worse would be losing this, coming down here, and we're holding at 6,500. But then enough time passes, like today, tomorrow, the weekend, and we're like pinned in here at this 6,500. We ain't going nowhere, and then the roll happens on the end of the quarter, and all this opens up. Everybody is buying a bunch of puts. Now this is one day gamma only. This is one day gamma only. So we're gonna look now, like, what do we need to do? In my view, we need to hold 6680, and we're trading. What did I say? No, not 6580. And we're trading 6603 right now. Now, tomorrow, we want to look at this one. This is to date for Thursday. And max pain is 6670 and 6700. So let me explain the rest of this thesis here. You know, if you're holding 6580, and this is 6555, so if we back test tomorrow, let's say we hold 6680 today, and then we back test on Thursday 6550, which is right where we are today theoretically, or a little slightly lower. You can start pinging out these ones up here, 6670, 6680, and hey, a wall for Thursday, at 6700. So let's jump around here for a minute. This is SPX gamma right here. So theoretically, right? Theoretically, if we can hold like this right here and like smash up into the close enough,
Venezuelan oil production
any back test on tomorrow, that's no lower than right here, should propel us up into Thursday close to right about here.
The high yield.
Right about here, and maybe even a slightly higher 66.70. And this is how what we do into the weekend is if we're smashing, right? Smash, smash, smash. Maybe this holds or this holds tomorrow, but we then open the door to this over here on Thursday. Make any sense to you guys? And then if we go to the 3-date, this is Friday. Right here's 3-date for Friday. And you've got, whoa, 67.20. You know, and you notice how this put gamma goes up and 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 up. And let's say we're at 60 at this point on Friday.
8%, 3.9.
We're hanging out in here.
The pre-sale when issued yield of 3.
And we start smashing into 6,700, 67.20.
2.29.
And all of a sudden,
$1 billion, and awarding 89.88% of bids at high. Primary dealers taking 15.61.
Voice news disconnected.
all of a sudden, dude, where's going my light over here? My light is so funky right now. I apologize. Let me just look at this really quick. I just want to look at myself in the screen really quick if I can. I guess that light's okay. I don't know. It's okay. Like on my end, it's much brighter, but you guys are seeing a camera that's telling you how much light is there, that it's less than it is. So the idea here is that yesterday, today, and you can claim, 6,500 is fine. But in reality, if you're a buyer, each day you need to hold more and more and not backtest any deeper. Now, in thesis here, as long as we don't lose today this green area into the close, we should grind higher into and like smash into these stops. And theoretically, you get into Friday and you have a weekend now. And everybody's saying war on the weekend, but I don't see it. I was in the fucking army. Let me tell you something. The army is something, they have something in the army, an idiom. It's called hurry up and wait. So you've got ships en route right now. And if nothing happens over the weekend, you don't get any kind of escalation. Maybe the escalation is 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now. And then you get a little bit of rolling off Gamma Vanna Charm shit on Monday, Tuesday. You know, this is kind of the basis right here. This is the basis into the rest of this week's trade. And today's a kind of a crucial day. If you think about a weekly basis, right? Normally, on Friday, we get the close. Whether it's a low or a high, it doesn't matter. So let's say we get a low on a Friday. If we're going to continue to go down, you normally see the high on Monday. And by Wednesday, like midday, at the latest, by Wednesday at the latest, you start diving. Like you start diving down and normally into the close of Wednesday, the close of Thursday, it's all wrapped up. And then Friday is like a gimme day for some extra or whatever, like a fifth 5 waves, like a fifth wave down there. Sometimes you even start squeezing if the fifth wave is done, if you've gotten everything you need to get done for the week. So I want you to be thinking about this today. I want you to be thinking about the Friday low. I want you to think about the Monday high. And then I want you to think about how we close the week. This is the midweek hump day, right? So you got to think about, are we going to have a fucking green week or are we going to have a fucking deep, dark red week? And you can already see at 10 a.m. they tried to fucking sell that shit to the depths of hell. 12 p.m. trying to sell that shit to the depths of hell. And we're getting a little long in the tooth on today. And the longer that we sit here into today, right? It's kind of a trend day, but there's a lot of resistance above. We already know that that's there. And as the day wears on here, when you're watching this day as it wears on, let's look at the week here. It's actually, is it late enough? Not quite there yet. I want to give you guys an outlook here in a minute, but by today, like Wednesday, let me go look at another chart over here. Or maybe I can look at the SPX Gamma one. Maybe I can look at it from this perspective right here. We can switch over to Gamma. When you're looking at your low, right? This is your Friday low right here. Here's your Friday low, right? Normally, if we're going down, you have a high on Monday. Sometimes it can take until Wednesday. You can literally sit here and fuck around, put your high in on Wednesday, and then down here on Friday. But normally it's on Mondays, typically. Up or down, doesn't matter. So what you're looking for here the prior week is you got your low. You come up for your high on Monday. I think Pravorsky said this earlier, not Rubner, but Pravorsky was like, hey, that squeeze on Monday, that was the high, bro. That was it. We're going downtown. We're going down there. And the week should end like that too. Without binary events like end of quarter. In thesis, that would work. So you come in here and you've got now Wednesday today, the high, which is lower than the Monday high. This is bad. And if we weren't in this specific situation, I would normally say, oh, fuck yeah, there's your Wednesday high. And we should wind up on Friday, like with a new low down here. Any kind of new low right here, Friday, whatever Friday, where's Friday? Let's put Friday up in here. We'll give them all the way to 1600. You would suspect under any normal circumstance in a non-binary event for this to start selling and for us to be down here. Close that gap that's down there hiding. And Friday, at latest Friday close. Could be Thursday. It should get violently down here. And you can already see the price action in a non-binary event in here where they were lobbing bombs, right? You come up here for your Wednesday high that's lower than your Monday high, and they're like, bam, down. Back up here, bam, down. Back up here, bam, down. They're definitely taking the shots at it. And there's two things on the bulls or buyers side. The first one is momentum is turning up. You can see it turning up. Momentum is not, see this green line right here? This green line is not going down. It's flat. And the gray line is turning up into it right now. So we can't really yet sell this for Thursday and Friday. I want to, but you can't. Not yet. We don't have the velocity heading down with price yet. We don't have price underneath velocity yet. We don't have the second new low in yet. They tried it here. They tried it here. So at this moment right now, the buyers are still in control to go higher. And I do want to show you this cross right here. I want you to look at why I'm saying this to you is because see this gray line right here and this green line? If this holds and this gray line comes up and makes this cross and everything is honky-dory in here, and we don't slip into the close, that's another danger here for the bulls is another danger for the bulls here, of course, is the close. Like what these sellers like to do is they like to slip price. Like they hold it, pin it in, they slip it under after the close, and then it's boom, party time to the downside into Thursday. It's like the bulls need to like hold this and try to get as close as they possibly can up here. Now, but I do want to show you the one thing in the bulls' favor, just like the end of month, and that's this turning up. And I'll show you some examples of it holding and failing and what it looks like here. Here in just a second. Here's a good one right here. So I want you to look at right here. See that cross of that gray line coming up? and it leads to a monster fucking squeeze. I mean monster, like monstrous. That's why that 2-year yesterday piqued my interest. When you get these crosses, here's another one right here. We're above it, though. We need to be underneath it, or maybe not underneath, but closer to it. But at any rate, you see that cross, right? That gray line crossing up. Now, what you don't want to have happen is this right here. And I think this is the reason there's so much risk to downside. If you look at this one right here, here's a prime example. The gray line is sideways, and you get underneath it, and it's smoke show to the downside. Now, of course, we weren't coming down into this in this example here, but here's a better example right here. Here's the cross. They dump it really quick, and then it's a ramp. And I think this is the argument from the 6,500 crowd. But the 6,500 crowd is trying to tell you, let's go to the bottom right. The 6,500 crowd is trying to tell you is, 6,500 crowd is trying to tell you, as this cross happens and we start wanting to go higher, it's okay. If we were to slip underneath, we would slam down, close the gap, and immediately go violent to the upside. So that's like a counter, like camp 1, camp 2, camp 3. Do we plunge down here into Thursday and Friday, and then you can buy that Thursday, Friday dip to moon into the weekend and Monday and Tuesday. So you got to be aware of that. I'm in a different camp. My camp is if we go down here tomorrow into, let's say, Thursday, Friday, I don't think it matters what happens over the weekend. You're boxed in. No matter what happens on Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday, you are underneath this cross above here. And this is the thing right here. Like, if there was anything to talk about here, it's this. It's that when someone tells you, hey, don't worry about it, bro, the trade's still alive. If we go down here tomorrow, let's say, and we fuck around and we get no weekend doom, no weekend crash or whatever. Let's say we go up and then we get the Vanna trade. 31st, you get the Vanna trade up here. On the first, this is like the 31st, and then you get the first and the Vanna trade. You're still looking down. You haven't escaped the crash or whatever. So the only hope here for bulls, in my view, the only hope for bulls here is that they maintain this. It's that same 655, 657. That they maintain this into tomorrow, into Friday, and over the weekend. And what you wind up with is the bulls want at least the chance to escape, at least the chance. Like, so you come up here into the weekend, into Thursday and Friday. You don't have to do anything from here. Then you're holding this like Friday, let's say. You get no crashing doom, invasion doom. Or even if you did, maybe it goes down here on Sunday, but by Monday it's right here. Then we can do the Monday, Tuesday thing higher up here. And this at least gives the bulls a chance to escape. If we start doing, if anytime you hear somebody telling you like, bro, we can go way down here, and that trade to break out in a way is still there, they're lying to you. They're trying to keep you down here so that no matter what happens, the way is lower in the month of April. So you've got GS and all those guys, pushing that narrative. The only thing on the Bears side of things is, like if Bear had another case for that, it's that Elliott wave has us going down there too. But this binary event in the 31st and whatever matters. Let's look at this again. We'll start this early, I guess. We did this yesterday early. I just deleted everything. I should bring it all back. Can I bring it all back? Go back through my stupid drawings. Jesus, I made a lot of moves there fucking around, didn't I? There we go. So we don't have to do this just yet. We can do this. We can wait to do this for 1:30. I normally can't give an outlook until like 1:32 in the afternoon, and then it's only preliminary until I got to look at 6 and 9 p.m. to give a final outlook for the night. But this is the basis in my view right here. We have to stay on this 658, 657.04, 656.34. We definitely don't want to slip underneath into the close. We'll keep moving this over right here. This is all still the same trade. All still the same trade to upside. I'll move this over. This is all same trade over here. All for this upside. Let's get messy here. And you know what the bears want, right? The sellers want. They want to rein this in as much as they can into the close. I'll just move these over. There's 2 p.m. 2:30. I don't know why that one's brighter, but there's 1500, 1530, and 1600. They've been doing this all week. They've been like, it's been literally every day. Like they're attempting all day, every day. The slipping underneath the hourly trigger into closes. It's been a constant nonstop. This is my stops right here. I just gotta watch my fucking stops. And the reason I'm saying this is because if we lose this, it's gonna be a shit show to the downside. My basis is higher. I think my basis matters for single date and 2-date gamma. Price will matter. It'll impact what that gamma is each day. It's like a living thing that changes frequently. Where the fuck is my red line up here? There it is. This is the first danger zone right there. These are the places where squeezes can get hammered. It's like if we squeeze, if we rickshaw up here, it's going to get immediately, not like that, like this, sold. All I need is a new high, too. I literally, if you trade 665.0, whew. If you trade 6650, man, oh man, they're going to be pissed. There's going to be a howl, like a bear howl. Ooh. Ooh. And I think those bear howls are higher. I think they're at like 6, 7, or I would say 6670 to 6720 is the real pain. I would love to put a hedge on there if we can. If we can get up there, I'd like to put a hedge on. I'd love to sell that. Dude, you can't write porn? it autocorrects the word porn. What's up with Samsung? Like Samsung autocorrects some weird ass shit. Porn is not a real word in Samsung's dictionary. You have the better upload. I consume porn and you make the porn that I consume. We were comparing download and upload speeds yesterday, a buddy of mine. We're so bad. Bunch of fucking degenerate children. Hold on a second here, guys. I gotta take care of something really quick. Now, give me one quick second here, guys. I gotta take care of something here. I got some phone calls and texts coming in. I gotta answer. Well, you remember yesterday we thought the sweep was in early, and they did it again at 3:30. Like they're gonna try to fucking do it again at 3:30 today. I was like, the sweep is probably in earlier in the day, and then we had another fucking sweep at 3:30. They've been trying every fucking day. Well, we know this, right? Above, they're gonna, as soon as we whack those highs, they're gonna come right in and be like, sell. They probably got fucking Pravorsky's probably got a fucking intern sitting there just going slam, slam, unload more futures on these fucking retailers. Launch depth charges. They tried sweeping 10, tried sleeping 12. They're going to try again at 3:30, guaranteed. They're going to come in with like bombs. We need to be higher between now and 3:30. We need a fucking squeeze in here by like 3 at the latest. Like 2:30 would be nice. I'll take 1:30, 2:30, and it's already 1:23. So give me the fucking squeeze right now. Like the more time passes, at some point I'm going to go, oh, fuck, we're fucked. So start squeezing, motherfuckers. We got to hold this level, like I'm telling you. Don't listen to these fucking bears telling you, oh, we can trade 6,500, bro. Don't believe that shit. It's like we got to close the gap crowd, you know, or the gap crowd. If we just close that gap, man. Oh, dude, now we're below it. Oh, well, I was just telling you close the gap. We're going to go down lower now, man. So don't believe those guys. Like we got to go up. Up, up, up. Uppity, up, 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 up. I do not like. I'll buy the bottom at 6,500. I just don't think it's going anywhere. Well, I might rephrase what I'm saying. I think if we get down there to 6,500, that I doubt that you're gonna. I think the sentiment will shift so violently that the whole stance will be defensive. I would really prefer bull FOMO on a high and sell into them. Well, I got ha-has off right now. I gotta turn back on the I gotta turn back on the Russian plant from Britain. Unsubstantiated reports from Iran. Breaking news right now. We don't know who it is, but they're saying that the world's going to end tomorrow. Every high is a bad story. I missed that one earlier. I missed that Baron gif of him being like 20 feet tall. It's terrible. Terrible shot across the bow. Start squeezing. You ain't got no much time here, boys. You got to get away from the 3 green lines right there. I don't mind coming back into them into the close, but you got to be above them. Can't be underneath them. There you go. And buy it all back. Guide us into the close. Man, VG just keeps grinding higher, huh? I posted some stock picks in the pro channel earlier. Keep on pushing, baby. Keep on pushing. If you are in this trade with me, I've got some calls here for tomorrow. If you're looking for places, just mark these things right here. If you're trying to get out, it's right here. And the next one is right here. And the other one's up here. So if you're looking for like the big wicks and stuff, it's right up here. It would be dope if we broke through all this shit, I'll be honest with you. And we break through that, like we're above 6,600, so it's wide open to 6,650. There ain't nothing stopping us up there. It's probably Pravorsky up there trying to sell. Ooh, lost remains of French musketeer D'Artagnan. May have been found in Dutch church. Cool. I always liked that story. Ross, part of the USS George H.W. Bush strike group aircraft carrier, likely not far behind, leaving Norfolk to replace Ford. I'm going to send the guard over to airports. I like the idea of the guard at airports more than I do ICE. I'm not anti putting guard at the airports. I don't like ICE at the airports. ICE aren't trained for it, and that's not what their job is. National Guard and reserves are really good at natural disasters. It's in there. What they're supposed to do. Support. I'll be right back. Give me like I gotta take care of a couple phone calls here and text messages, and I'll be right back with you guys. You guys get the gist here, right? If we go up, they slam it down. Each time they do that, it's new. It's not a second new low. It's every time we slam up there, it resets. So you come down, make a new low. You have to make the second low again. It's not like just the one low and the new second low. It's every time it resets because you're slamming into inflection points. You made the high that you needed to make. If you understand that concept at all. And I'll be right back here, guys, in a minute. I'm putting this yellow because they did sweep on Tuesday lower, so I just want to make sure that I don't forget that they're going to try to do that shit over there again.
Italy is said to plan cutting their growth forecast to as low as 0.5%. So the Italian government is set to cut its economic growth forecast, reflecting a hit from the war in the Persian Gulf. The estimate is expected to be made public in April and may be cut to as low as 0.5% for this year from a current 0.7%, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke under conditions of anonymity. White House Press Secretary Levitt says Trump is to host a cabinet meeting tomorrow. So Levitt currently giving the news briefing. We'll get a live video on the feed. And Levitt says that Trump is to travel to China on May the 14th and 15th.
Oh God, we're almost there. Hold back, boys. We're not quite there yet. We're not gonna let the big moon. Oh, so close. Hold it back. Oh God, yeah, let's do it. Come on. You know you just want to fucking pop it, baby. Oh, you can do it. You know you can fucking do it. Pop it. We're so close. So you guys know how close it is. You know what it is. A little bit of pop. Pop. Come on, you can pop it. You can do it.
White House Press Secretary Levitt on Iran says Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down.
Good, Squawker. Tell him. Tell him the West is the best. You can do it. Just say it. What am I looking for here?
And Levitt says we're very close to meeting our core objectives in the Iran operation.
Oh, God, yes. Oh. Ooh. Oh. You know you can do it.
And repeats that the US military is ahead of schedule on the Iran operation.
Just pop it. You know you just want to get up there. You know you want to do it. Make it dirty. There's the first pop right here. Do you see it? It's this one right here.
And Levitt says the Iranian regime is looking for an...
We want a second pop and a third pop. We just want to pop it again and again. What is this right here?
Levitt says Iran wants to talk and Trump is willing to listen. Levitt says the US has been in productive talks the last 3 days.
I am her, I am him, I am everything. Get that money, get that blink. I want everything. I want everything. I am everything. You like this when you are the boss. It don't matter what the cost. Game changer, raise a bar. Let them know.
And Levitt says if Iran fails to accept reality that they have been defeated, Trump will hit harder. And Levitt says Iran should not miscalculate again. Trump does not bluff and Iran should not miscalculate.
That one's done. Now we're waiting on this one right here.
Levitt says Trump is going to unleash hell if Iran does not accept defeat.
Keep on popping, baby.
The bars.
Yeah.
I am the boss. I am the boss. I raise the bar. I am her. I am them. I am everything. Get that money, get that ring. I want everything. I want everything. I am everything.
Well, you can see that when we're up there, you can see when they're up there, it's definitely like GS unloading up there, right?
Not a care in this world. All my walls fall down when you're on my mind. My heart beats loud. It's only you and me right now. When you're holding me close, I feel safe and sound. Not a care in this world. All my walls fall down when you're on my mind. My heart beats loud.
It's almost springtime, baby. It's time for those big spring music festivals. I mean, just look at this really quick. Oh, fuck yeah. Look at that. We're above right now. That cross is coming in right here. Oh, yes. See that? See that? See, we're above the put wall right now. We got the cross coming up. The half an hour trigger crossing up right now. Just want that. Just want that nice little cross right here. And just go fucking vertical. And I'll meet you at the top, boys. Slam. 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 That half hour trigger, man, is just fucking moving up from the downside right now.
It's only you and me right now. When you're holding me close, I feel safe and sound. Not a care in this world. All my walls fall down when you're on my mind. My heart beats loud.
How big of a percentage move would that be? From right where we are right here to the top is 0.63%. That's the 6650. It's almost a full. It's big. So what is it here? Oh yeah, it's like right there. It's a fat fucking move right there. 0.63% into the fucking end of the day. It's juicy.
Don't leave me here. I can't handle you leaving. I refuse to believe it.
And then you get some weirdness over here. You got 6660 resistance right here. We've already hit that one a couple times, so
When you're holding me close, I feel safe and sound. Not a care in this world. All my walls fall down.
I'd say the biggest danger is slipping underneath this green thing into the close here.
Levitt says congressional approval for Iran is not necessary now.
I just like the instrumentals, bro. I don't need the vocals. Oh, is this bearish Is this bearish instrumentals? No trust. We got trust here. We got faith. We're not playing that song. We ain't playing bear tunes just yet. They gotta wait.
And Levitt once again reiterating the 4 to 6 week timeline for the Iran operations.
The stream hasn't dumped at all today. Looks like we did good on that internet thing. I wonder if I should raise this up. I think I should. I think I'm going to raise it up and put it right here. Oh. Raise stops to right there. Yeah, that's right there. That's where I'm going to raise them stops right there.
Levitt says that temporary gas price fluctuations will go back down.
Oh! What was that? What was that, Spoos? What are you doing? Well, dude, Spoos, you can fucking spoos all over me 2 more times. I'm good with it, bro. You can spoos all you want up here.
When asked about Iran's rejection, says they have not. So again, Levitt, when asked on Iran's rejection of talks, says they have not. And says Iran talks continue and they are productive.
Yeah, I can't play her, man. I can't catch that vibe.
Levitt says there are elements of truth to the 15-point plan reports. So again, that's Levitt saying that there are elements of truth to the 15-point plan reports.
I can't get down with listening to her. I don't know why she just rubs me wrong.
Levitt does say that the White House never confirmed a full 15-point plan report.
It hasn't taken me out yet, but it's gonna. If it hits this green box right here, I'm gonna get out on the swing up here to get down, and I'll try to re-enter again. Not willing to give any money back on these squeezes. We haven't hit it yet, so they haven't been triggered yet. But if we had to break through it down here, I should have drawn that better.
Levitt, when asked about the 82nd Airborne Division, says...
If they take that out right there, then I'll get out on that one, and I'll try to get back in again over here, maybe. We're not there yet. Still good right now. I don't know if the party matters. Man, there have been always been like there's something about her. I don't know what it is. I don't like how she yells and screams at people. She's always angry. It's like never a happy. Have you ever seen her? Maybe she has been happy on a presser, but I haven't never seen her be happy ever. Not once. I can't say that I've ever seen her happy. I think that's probably the thing that, but I can't blame her for that either. That job sucks, period. And of course she's doing what she's told, so you can see it in her voice, right? She's constantly angry, constantly screaming. I can't cope with it. I got to turn it off. I like this guy actually when he speaks for her.
Iranian parliament speaker says intelligence reports suggest that enemies of Iran are preparing to occupy an Iranian island with support from the
Sweet. This gives us a target. Awesome. Occupied an island, bro. Marines are salivating at the idea of that. Would love to see how that turns out. Would be scared shitless. Can you imagine being an Iranian soldier occupying an island? Fuck. Oh my god. Talk about a fucking death wish.
Levitt says no Iran peace talks should be deemed official yet.
Still haven't broken through this just yet. Still holding here. Imagine being told you're going to go hold an island as the Marines are coming. You don't even get to fight the Marines. You're like just some like poor schleb, you know, you're just like you took the job. They're like, yeah, you're going to go occupy this island and fend off the Marines. And then it's just like a jet flies over and just carpet bombs you and you don't even get to fight the Marines. Just like, fuck me. That would suck.
Levitt, when asked,
It reminds me of that South Park movie, Operation Irani. Fuck. We're going to put Iranian troops on this island. You should show up. I was thinking this week, I was like, there's this like, the past couple weeks, China's been coordinating boats off the coast of the South China Sea, and they're doing coordinated movements on the off the coast of China with their you could call it like their fishing fleet that's kind of quasi-military. I mean, every country has them. Even the Great Lift during World War II, London did. All the local fishermen went across to Dunkirk, of course, and removed their soldiers. I was thinking about, ooh, there we go. I'm gonna.
Levitt says the US is working on creative solutions on oil prices.
That hurt.
Again, that's Levitt saying that the US is working on creative solutions on oil prices. I did see a wick down in WTI crude there, but nothing holding.
So like China's been coordinating their fishing fleets to create a blockade and working in unison. And one of the giveaways from it was that they held course and position within few hundred meters of each other. And I think everyone's looking at it and they're thinking the same thing, like London, right? Like like England during World War II, that you would have like a blockade and employ the fisher, the local fishermen. Because what they do is the state will pay you to train for these things. The only thing that kind of bugged me about it was the precision of the coordination. And I am wondering if it's actually blockading with fishermen or if it's something more nefarious. Like the precision of that coordination, I was thinking maybe it could be like drones. You would seize those fishing boats and you would coordinate them with AI. And they would almost be like mobile sea mines. Not necessarily the traditional thought of what that blockade is, but more like, yeah, we could, do a blockade and then use the boats themselves as like a sea mine. Instead of it being out of control, it's controlled by the boat. So you would seek out, you'd do the blockade, and then you would use the boats to swarm, almost like an air drone, but it's in the water, using their fishing fleet as the vehicle of it, which I thought was fucking wild. I was trying to spin it around in my head, and I'm like, that would be gnarly. Like a civilian fishing fleet that's, you don't know that they're being controlled, not from the the captain of the boat, but controlled by a net, like a almost like a neural net that broadcasting to each boat that would take over control of the boat, and you'd still have humans on it. It's like China. You could do that. China could just say, you stand on that fucking boat, we're going to control it on you. And you could put a couple mines on the boat or a bomb on the boat and then coordinate the fleet to swarm on ships, you know, or anyone approaching them, anyone. And you could like almost like a you could coordinate that swarm anywhere you want. You know, you're overwhelmed by hundreds of fishing boats as you try to run the blockade. And then my other thought was, my first thought after that was, well, it would be easy to just shoot those things out of the water. And what does China care? They're not going to fucking care if you shoot them out of the water. Would it just be so many, though, to overwhelm them might be more difficult because our munitions are so precise. We've switched, the U.S. has switched to like precise munitions. And the next thought that I had was, if you were to do something like that, you might need to bring out like old school battleships just for that alone, for those swarms. Instead of using precise munitions, you would use like, you know, like flak guns pointed at the horizon, and you just like try to take as many of those ships out, which would be fucking crazy, you know. And China doesn't care; they don't fucking care. They'll use all those boats as fodder if they need to get to their ends, right? You like you gave your life for bringing Taiwan back into the fold. And it's just because of the size of the number of these ships, these boats. The fact that you took control of them through like some sort of radio signal, some kind of like HF signal of some kind, on some kind of a net, you wouldn't have to worry about the captain of the boat or humans in terms of control, where they flee or freak out or they don't know where they are. You've got a central command that controls where these boats go, which is fucking crazy. And we're not even talking about like I think there's been issues with creating drones underwater. You can do them, but they're not they're hard. They're hard tech to master. So if you had a real boat, like just a fishing vessel, those are proven, right? And they can stay out. These fishing vessels can stay out for long periods of time, and they can look docile or be something that has never been encountered before. So if you're like a human encountering these fishing boats, you don't want to just start sinking fishing boats, even if they are doing a blockade. There's like a human aspect to this, almost like
According to Israel's N12,
almost like suicide planes from World War II.
By next Saturday.
The zeros and stuff, but this time it would be like a zero being controlled from afar. You're taking out the removal of the human aspect to it. Anyways, that's why I was thinking about bringing back old school battleships for like less precise munitions for tons of targets. I think that this fishing fleet was like, it had a boat like every 300 meters or something in an exact position in the middle of storms and stuff, which was fucking wild. It was wild. I wonder what the future of warfare is going to look like. It sounds frightening. It definitely sounds frightening. Like I look at the Ukraine stuff in Russia, and I'm like, I don't know, man. U.S. troops would carry around some pretty vicious PTSD over that, but
on packages to cover the rising cost of fuel.
Hopefully the U.S. has other tech and doesn't put soldiers in that harm's way. Hopefully leadership from like higher than battalion, like brigade and divisional, gets the picture that you don't ever want to be putting troops in front of that shit. Not that I don't think we have to. I don't think the U.S. has to, but if they did, oof, all kinds of fucked up shit. Keep on going, bro. We're not done here. I know you're not done. You just keep on slapping those highs up there, wearing them out. We need like a SoftBank to come in right now and just start buying like tons of calls, tons of zero dates, just like tons and tons and tons of zero dates. Actually, I should have did that at like 9:30 so they would rip the faces off at the end of the day. You get like Pervorts come out in public and say that SoftBank is a threat to U.S. national security because we can't sell the market down. It's their market. It's not our market. It's not SoftBank's market. I'm still watching this trade sideways now. Still looking to break through into the upside. At least, like I would say right now, that into this close, as long as bulls hold this, they're in pretty good shape. We're just looking for breakouts to the upside and one to break through and start ripping faces off. This is pretty good positioning at this time of the day. I'd still like to see a jackknife up, just like yesterday's close, either in the cash market or thereafter. After the bell for higher like this, we might get one more flush into 330. Keep raising my stops here. I've got calls into tomorrow. I also have calls into the Tuesday, I think, Monday or Tuesday. So we'll see how this thing works out. We still haven't lost the basis trade. I'll close them if we do. Probably close the calls tomorrow if we break this one right here. I'd like to see something happen between now and 3 p.m. up. What I don't want to see happen is a stalling in here. What I don't want to see is like, because we got the squeeze already right here, but I would hate to see like stall down in here. And then we start all over again because we'll have to close these calls and then get back in down here. And keep watching this as the day grinds on.
According to a poll, US natural gas inventory seen down 44 billion cubic feet last week.
And if we do break through and up and out in a way, I do suspect it's going to be quick. They're not going to give you any time to get on the trade. It was just like yesterday. It was like fucking Friday close. It's like you kind of have to be in for it to happen and you make the money. It's almost like they don't want you getting in the club. They don't want you in the up club. They want you in the chase club when it's at the top. They want to sell calls to you up there. They want you to be bullish above. Just a warning to you out there.
Voice news disconnect.
Quick warning to you that Israel has a working assumption that Trump may announce a ceasefire by next Saturday. I'll try to find this article for you. Let's see if I can find this article. Just a heads up here that there's some breaking news. Just a warning here, okay? There's Israeli media outlets are reporting that the U.S. Israeli media outlets are reporting the U.S. officially proposing a one-month ceasefire to facilitate comprehensive peace negotiations. Proposed cooling off period is intended to halt all kinetic operations and allow humanitarian aid to reach impacted regions. Just a note here that is starting to hit the wire now. It's been talked about earlier, but it's starting to hit the finance news wires. Hold on here. Vance has participated in discussions Retro. That wouldn't be good for the Bears. That wouldn't be good at all. A ceasefire for a month? What do you mean a ceasefire for a month? This is, let's see, Israelis N12 News. This is Israel's N12 News. And I got to translate it. Let's see if I can find it here. Ceasefire, Times of Israel. English, not Hebrew. Translate, bro. Why can't I translate this page? For some reason, I can't translate this page. Oh, right here. Right here you go. Israel job offer. Trump may announce ceasefire by Saturday. Warning to you out there. Not next Saturday. It's not next Saturday. You'll have to translate it if you read it. It says Labor's assumption in Israel that Trump may announce a ceasefire by this coming Saturday. I'm going to read it to you. This working assumption is in Israel is that Trump may announce a ceasefire by this coming Saturday. As we reported this evening, Wednesday, in the Central Edition in Israel, it is estimated that the announcement is expected even if the U.S. does not reach final and definitive conclusions with Iran. Therefore, in preparation for this scenario, the political and security leadership agreed to exhaust the achievements of war. In a discussion held at Netanyahu's house, it was decided to rank the goals that are most important for Israel to achieve before the U.S. puts the brakes on. If there is indeed such a break, this is BRAKE, Israel will achieve the goals. If not, and the war continues, the order of goals will continue over time, creating new goals as it moves. Israeli sources quote, the chance of a detailed and precise agreement between Iran and the U.S. is low, but the possibility of a framework agreement is still a reasonable possibility, and therefore we need to prepare for it. So that's where that comes from. So just a warning to you if you're a bear or whatever. Israel thinks that there'll be a proposal this Saturday to Iran to begin a 1 month pause in 1 month ceasefire as negotiations are ongoing. Now that makes sense to me from the perspective of the hurry up and wait that I told you about earlier. That in that hurry up and wait, you more than likely are waiting in some fashion. It's not going to be, I don't think that there's war this weekend. I don't think that like 80 seconds jumping in this weekend. They might show up. There's a couple of things that could happen here. Like, what was the last time? I got to think about this shit. Last time Airborne jumped in was in Iraq, I think. But it was like staged. It was like the airport was already taken. It was more of a photo op than anything. So I don't see like a combat jump, a true combat jump this weekend. I don't see it. The hurry up and wait thing is real. Like, there's ships are still in transit, and I think there's another 2 weeks left in that. So that would give you like the time to park your boats, position everybody, make sure no one's going to kill each other, you know, like our own troops. You don't want your own troops having friendly fire incidents. So you got to coordinate. I mean, there's one thing I will say about the U.S. is that it's still a big, giant, hulking fucking beast. Like, it takes time for the U.S. to do shit. If you're in and out like the Venezuelan thing, yeah, that's fine. But that's not what this is turning into. So if you're going to do a big orchestrated operation, it's going to take time. And the U.S. has that time. They don't need to move right away. They can take all the time they want. They can set it all up, put all the pieces in place. They can even continue to send assets to the surrounding area, and then do whatever they're going to do in their own time, you know? Continue the negotiation process as they prepare for a full-scale invasion. That thing could take weeks, if not months. But boy, oh boy, imagine dealing with this in like the fall. Imagine like a ceasefire truce, and then the buildup just takes forever and ever and ever and ever, and then like negotiations fail, and then it becomes like this fucking all summer thing. That would be fucking wild. Like it escalates from now into the fall, and we'd have like a lull in the middle of summer. Oh my god! And you like just slowly build up more and more troops. That would suck. If you're a soldier, man, or a sailor or an airman, that'd fucking blow. Just like a big giant fucking hurry up and wait. Fuck you. You're going nowhere. Like, you get your orders. Say your goodbyes, get your insurance going. You're like, we're going to war, bro. You're gonna be here for the summer until you jump. And you're like, what? Welcome to the suck, bro. I was ready to jump right now, man. I only brought two cans of Skull with me. I brought 3 cans of Zin, man. They've done that to people. They did that shit in Iraq, man. You're back in the day, they'd be like, you're going home. Nope, you're not. You're going to sit here for another 3 months. The boat's broken. No, the plane's broken too. You're pulling security. Sorry. You're extended. Fuck you. Oh, that would suck. 101st is giggling. 82nd gets jacked. They're just sitting there all day long doing nothing. Oh man. I thought we were doing a combat jump, bro. Before you know it, the combat jump is like something fucking ceremonial. There's already dudes in the ground. It's like some guy pumping gas or something. As you like land behind him. Freeze! You drop the gas pumper. Oh, sorry, man. What are you guys doing over here? It's a combat jump, bro. Best of the best of the best of the best. Sorry, I'll be quiet. I can just see how that shit goes down. The irony. You get that big, nice star on your jump badge. You got to explain that story to people. Oh, yeah, I did a combat jump, man, and around. It was terrible. Got wounded. Threw my back out. Took one prisoner. He's pumping gas. Who, him? He's a CB. He was a friendly, but I did secure him. Come on, baby. You ain't got a lot of time left here, Bulls. Let's go. Just let off that steam, bro. Just pop the top, man. Grab a Schlitz and just crack a can, bro. Go over the refrigerator, grab a Black Label. Go over there, grab yourself a Miller High Life. Just pop all that volatility, all that SPX volatility off. Just pop it. Just pop that vol. Just keep sending that vol down. Do that spot up, squeeze up, then murder the vol. Look at that big yellow bar up there. You can see it. You can see it from here, man. Where is it at? Oh, yeah. Look at it down there. Oh, yeah. Look at that beautiful. Look at that beautiful. Look at that nice. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Just see it's right there. Here, I'll rub it for you. Yeah, there we go. That's where it wants to go. It wants to go way up there. We need liquidity to sell, bro. It's way up there. Uh-oh. What's that thing down there? We don't need that. Get rid of that one down there. We just want to see this top one. I'm gonna piss off the sellers. Like you can't. That doesn't work. What is that? What is it? What's that thing? White House. White House is pursuing innovative measures to address oil prices. You can't do that. You cannot fuck with the oil prices. You can't lose faith in the price of oil. You know what you can do is you can print money. You can print the fuck out of that money printer. Don't even need cuts. You just start printing cash. Or gas is $8 a gallon. Who cares? I'm making fucking $100,000 a year, man. What do you do for work? I work at McDonald's. You're gonna pay for that later. Yeah, that's okay. You get Jared Kushner out there. He's printing the digital dollar. He's like, we're being innovative. because we're printing the digital dollar, we've taken the responsibility of the digital dollar. It does not fall under the Fed's rules. Who does it fall under? The Trump Fed. It's a new federal agency we just created. Everybody gets free dollars, but it's in digital. Or not digital, it's in like Trump coin. Brought to you by Trump coin. New form of QE. We've passed it by executive order. We're going to keep the Fed on rates, the short end rates. We're going to make the Treasury Department responsible for the long end, and then we're going to create a whole new Department of Money called Trump Relief. And it doesn't affect the dollar. It's just it doesn't affect the dollar. The inflation of that coin is just within that coin, but you can use it to pay anything if you like. Conditions and terms apply. That would be some of the shit I'm thinking in my brain right now. The idiocracy in my brain. I'm like, oh God, they'll probably let you gamble on it, and if you deposit your Trump coin to fight this evil oil inflation into your Trump account, we'll give you 3% back and allow you to gamble on TrumpHood.com. It's a new gambling app for Polymarket. Backed by my boy, what's that guy's name? Larry Ellison. God, the grift. You can buy Trump gas. It's a Trump gas station, or you can gamble it away on Trump Market. It's just like Poly Market, but it's Trump Market on my Trump coin dollar, digital dollar. No, it's not a part of the U.S. currency system. It's its own thing. We're being innovative. I even give you a discount on buying the DJT stock. You get a 2-for-1. This is where I'm at right here. Oh, don't kick me out. Well, I'm not in here. I'm in down here. But I think I'm going to get out over here. If they sweep us in here, I'm going to get out. I'll get back in. I'm actually down somewhere in here. I just don't want to. I don't want to. I'll get back in again on a low if we go down there. If they sweep me here, I'll try to get in over there, and then out, and then I'll try to get in down here again. It's been printing pretty well, these squeezes. Day is starting to wane right now. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. We'll start doing the brief a little later today. Yesterday I had to do the brief earlier because I had the internet shut down. And as soon as that spike happened, we changed the brief again. So I'm going to wait a little bit later today to put the brief out on the preliminary. These end of days are mattering. We'll see how much they matter. Just a note to you out there that past few days we've been having sweeps 3 times a day. Normally we get like 2 a day. We're getting like 3 big sweeps every day, so just be careful into the end of today. They'll if I can't be the only person that knows that. So you'll see an attempt to sweep again to the downside as we get closer to 330. I don't know if it'll happen today or not, but I've got a trigger to get out somewhere in here. So I'll take off my 2 dates and just leave the next week calls on. I'm not there yet, though. Looking to hold above the green into the close today. I would accept 655, which is somewhere down here. Basic or no, yeah, I would accept I would accept this. I don't like it. Let's go look at it. Tomorrow is the potential for it to hold between now and tomorrow doing this. I'm open to that, but I don't like being long for it. So I really want this to hold here. Like just this vicinity. I want this to hold into the close today. What I don't want to see happen is where's the close? This is the close right here. What I don't want to see is like any kind of like slipping under here into the close, let's say, something like this. Because I don't want to get trapped underneath and then dropped into tomorrow. So we'll monitor this into the close today. It's already 2 o'clock right now, or it's already 3 p.m. right now. So as long as we stay in and above and around here, this gap has been closed already. You can see the wick right here, so we're good here. We don't need to go back down. But I want the exposure to this upside as long as we're here. My biggest fear is that there's like a dump in here and stalling here. I might buy this at like 330 and like attempt to hold this up into the close, but I just still don't like it. Like every day we should be making progress. If we're gonna squeeze up here, if the Bulls have it in their hands and we're gonna squeeze up there, get the squeeze right here. You got this one right here, and so you kind of want that bigger squeeze today. You want to like new highs, like so. You see, here, I'll just cut them off to you. So this is what you think is the high right here, right? There's the weekly high, right? Weekly high. And so the expectation is that you're going to sell down, right? We sold down on last Friday. The weekly low, the weekly high, and a series of lower highs. But the thing that gives me pause here for that downside move, right, is you have this high right here, and you have this high right here within a high, right? You got another one right here. This was yesterday and today. Into the close down here, right? You see you have the higher low right here, the higher low right here. And I think the same thing persists right now. So like even if you were to go down here, I'm okay with that right there. I'm fine with that. But I want to see that new high. Now there is a problem, or not a problem, but like I do, not a problem, but like I want to see the progress. Like this is the low, or that's the low. This is the low right here. And then I want to see before the end of today, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8, 9 p.m., whatever. Even if they're going to fuck around with it, I want to see that high. And then this like back test is fine with me. And then, pop up and then down and then, pop up and just keep this thing going so that we can meet this cross. There's something else here too, which is not always, this doesn't always happen. I hate saying it, but because it doesn't always happen up here. But do you see this cross going on up here? You see that cross? We should be attracted to it. And normally you're attracted to it just to confirm that the way is lower. You don't want to be closing these. You don't want to be like seeing this thing close down here and and not have at least a test of the daily. Whether that test is up here, whether this cross here. So you got this one right here, right? This is Thursday, Friday. And whether that cross is, flat, up, flat, or even if it's down, I don't give a fuck. I want price to like either hit the cross or hit the yellow line at some point before going down. And I know time is running out for bulls, but I want to see that, like, wherever this yellow is, I want to see the fuck you know the way is lower. Or at least trading sideways, and then have this one come down and take price down with it, like something like that. I don't like the idea of like just we're going down and it hasn't crossed or anything. Normally these are like signposts, inflection points for breakouts or bigger breakdowns. I mean, it's pretty serious. If we're going to break down, it's pretty serious, right? Trading 620s, 6,000s. You kind of want to see the confirmation of that. Let's watch this right here. And we should get violent too. I'll say something else to you here. Just another top line note here, which would be the close as time passes here, right? Like close today, close tomorrow, close Thursday and Friday. You're gonna see movement. You're gonna see volatility. You're either gonna see violence to the upside or violence to the downside, or you're gonna see a mix of both. You're already seeing the machinations of that. You saw it yesterday all day long. You saw it all day long today. And you're going to see more of that violence as we move closer and closer to that cross. And as more and more time passes, it's going to get violent. So like for what I just said there, if we start losing the hourly trigger with like a low and a second low, and we don't squeeze thereafter in between those two things, and we start making our way lower, it's an easy sell. So until then, the bias is to the upside until that cross happens or we get that rejection off that daily trigger or whatever. If you're afraid of it, if you're like, I feel like I'm out of my element or whatever, just note that you can hang out at 67.20, 67... 670 no. Sorry, here, hold on. 67 hold on. You can either hang out to sell 6670 to 6720, or you're way lower trying to buy a dip. You're either like way down at 6500 or I think even lower. I wouldn't be trying to buy that dip. Not right away. I would watch it, but I wouldn't buy it. Or you're much higher from here. You're either like, so if you don't feel comfortable here, you're either way higher or you're way lower. Way higher as a seller, way lower as a buyer. Point being that you'll see more volatility. It just should happen like today, tomorrow. Today, tomorrow, you should see like a lot of vol. Also note that like Elliott waivers have us going down. Gamma seems to think that 6,500 is the basis. I don't think so. I think time's burning on that basis. The intraday Gamma 1 date, 2 date, 3 date supports the idea of going higher, but can devolve if prices go lower. So I think that's only based on us holding this 5,500 or near it, right around it. I would say you got to hold roughly 65.88 and 61 and or higher in my view. And I would be very scared of closing under that SPX number on closes. Yesterday they foreshadowed us going higher before the close at like 2:30, 3:30. They tried to sweep us in the middle of the day, but that squeeze higher is what gave me at least the heads up that we were going to squeeze. So look for that same behavior here. And just note that they're going to try to come in. I just had my stops triggered, so on this one right here, I'm going to try to get out of my calls for tomorrow on an upswing right here. And I'm going to be looking for a new low over there. And this is all they're going to try to sweep this close here and try to get us underneath. Sellers will try to. I was looking for this. I was looking for not just this squeeze right here, but I was looking for this. I got that squeeze, and I got another one. I was just hoping for another squeeze before we get into this doom cycle of the close here. Just be aware that you want to get out of calls for tomorrow and look for another low to buy if it presents itself into 3:30, 3:50 in the afternoon. And we'll do a brief for the close here, coming into like 2, 3 p.m. Yesterday we had new information like at 2:30 or 2:15 or something. Changed my outlook to the downside to the upside. We ended up squeezing, and I just want to see what happens here. What are they saying here? Hold on. Close that one up. I don't know what that is. That's Rubner. Get rid of him. It was nice having that juxtaposition today of Pravorsky and Rubner. They're normally together in their thoughts, not so much right now. You can see here, this is kind of where the support is right now, right where we are. Right up there, that big red bar. That's it. That's kind of like all that's holding it up. Also note that the half-hour trigger is currently attempting to cross the hourly trigger on SPX. And also note that after cash markets, SPX triggers don't matter. ES triggers matter.
Iran's Foreign Minister Arachi says the US has failed in its war goals, including quick victory and change of regime.
Coming at 2 o'clock, power hour or sour hour. Note that if this is lost, I think that we're going to trade 642. Make sure I got that right. It's not this one. I think that we trade all this down here. A long way to go. We're not there right now. Like if you start losing this with like 2 lows without any squeezes in them, I will switch to a seller to trade all this down here. And I'd like to see this print, the 642, 647, 646. And I would even like to see this print, like a nice little wick down here, 642, 640. I don't know if we can get down there, but I would like to see it. I think the target would be, I would think the target is 650. And then the cream of the crop is down here at 647, 69, 646, put in a new low. I think that would be viable mostly to, I think that the sentiment will shift to pretty dour. And there'll be no risk on. There'll be fear on, the door closing above. Even if we squeeze up there, we'll be reined in, so. you probably pretty much guarantee if we go down there that when that door closes above, it would be like it's not quite 75 or 80, but it'd be like a 65% chance, which is fucking great for an edge, that we ain't going to break out for April or May. No, there's not even a hope of it. Keep watching this here. I think that's the biggest question, isn't it? The biggest question has to be which, or I guess Rubner was talking about camps, or Pavorsky was talking about camps. I would bet there's a positioning camps too, right? There's like those that think we're going to 6,000 or close, 62, whatever, no matter what. And then there's like the camp that thinks we can break out, right? That's one other camp. We can break out, break down, break out. What would camp 3 be? Maybe Rubner sideways and then up with a print in late April, mid-April, late April continuation. We just trade sideways, maybe sweep 650 and sideways, and eventually come out of this. So that's like camp 3. And then what camp 4 would be? What do we say? Breakout and away, and then sweep 650 and just trade sideways, and then eventually we get lifted up. Camp 3 would be we break down, everybody freaks out, we reject the daily and the weekly, and then we're making a bunch of new lows. That's camp 3. Are there any other camps?
Iran's Foreign Minister Arachi.
I don't know, like
to the neighboring countries. Said
like probable outcomes, probably those 3 camps. I'm trying to think of like probable. I'm not going to entertain the people that think we're going to trade 7,000 tomorrow. I'm not going to entertain the people saying we're going to trade 5,600. We would need to be there to trade those things. So, you're probably in one of those 3 camps. I'm trying to think what camp I'm in. I'm in the camp of get as high as we can to sell, or make a decision to go up. And I don't think we're as high as we can be. I think that my view would change if we hit 50. I would think that you're not getting either of those choices. You only get the one, the sell a high on the cross and then go down. Stagnetti would be in the market Stagnetti, Detective Stagnetti. Come back in the 4 hour. Let's start taking a look at this. It's 249 right now. Let's take a look at the market. We're getting new 4 hours here. We're getting new triggers and stuff. Let's take a peek at this together. We'll start it all over so we can keep everybody on the same page. We probably need to look at the monthly first. We already know about the 3-month and all that kind of stuff. We've already been down here. This is the month. We know that all this is wide open right now by looking at the 3 months. We're not going to do it right now, but you guys are aware of it. We have the week. This is the monthly expectation. Remember, the 31st is the month, right? We've already hit it once. There can be an argument made on that we hit it on QuapX and that we have a magnet there again for the end of the quarter. That could suck us back down there either on end of month or a week thereafter. Go back down and revisit, sniff it out again. We know that the door is open much, much lower. But the door above has not closed yet. So like each part of this is a process. You do, for the bears, you do have a weekly target that's lower. We're already aware of that. We saw the weekly high on Monday. So the bears have that on their side. The sellers have that on their side. We do have a bunch of mechanical stuff, though, going on at the end of the quarter. For the bulls to be free and clear, they need to get above 670.78 right here. And the bulls really need to get above this one, 673.24 as of today. And just note here too that the door is not closed above. There has been no rejection of this door. This is not the rejection of the door. This move here is not the rejection of the door. You need this closure here and this daily trigger to cross. And you need price to hit this daily trigger here, doesn't matter. That is your confirmation of the door being gone. Or not gone, but slammed shut. And the only way from that point is down. To trade those 3-month and the other monthly and weekly triggers down there, the 40s, the 20s, and the zeros. So we're still not quite there. You can see this indecision candle on a weekly basis right now. It's pretty fascinating to look at. If you know what these candles look like, it means that it's indecision. You can't really take too much from it. You used to be able to get pretty good information from this, but you can't anymore. You can't rely upon these candles anymore.
14 says the army is currently working on establishing 18 new forward.
That's important to know.
In southern Lebanon.
The bulls have to get something done quick, lickety split quick, because you can see the daily cross coming in here to play. The bulls need to get as high as they possibly can. Sellers, they can start selling wherever they want, but if I was a seller, I'd want to be up here somewhere. I'd want that confirmation that we're going to go downtown and start partying. Just that last little bit, that last little, even if it's up here, may get sent back down over here. And I want to express that to you too in a different way. If you look closely at these cells right here, this is where your big boy sellers are over here. Big bombs, big bomb, that's your GS. Big bomb right here, big bomb right here, right? A big bomb right here. So here's another big bomb. See, this is the one that matters. So you're kind of expecting them to come back in over here and try to sell this down. No, this doesn't count. That's already happened. They took the money and ran. No, you can't get this down here. It's probably up here. It's somewhere in here, in my view at least. So at least 668, 670, somewhere in there at minimum. Sometimes it's a bigger liquidity grab. And not only that is there a bigger liquidity grab, it's because we're not trying to trade this. Like this is a sequence, right? We rock down right here, and then you come up here and you get told the way is no. And then this is your second corrective leg right here. And normally you retrace all this just to make sure that this is the way we're going to go. And we have no confirmation of that yet. So we're also going to look at what? We're also going to look at, wait a minute, we get these days here. This is fascinating too. Should show you this. Look at this. This is interesting here too. Do you see this line right here? This is an important line on the day. This is your daily close. And I want you to see this. This is important. Not DC, D. You want to be closing above this if we can. You want a green day. You want like higher lows, higher highs, even if it's in the middle of the week. That's the most important one right there. This one's not important.
Iran's foreign minister.
We'll put it in there, but it's not important.
Showed the world that no country can threaten its security.
What is important is this right here. You can see where we are right now. The close below this is big for bears. If you're a bear, you want to see like 4:15 or excuse me 4:14, 4:15, 6 p.m., 9 p.m. The end of New York cash market under. If you're a seller, you want to see that, because just looking at this right here, you want to see this move right here and trade this 50 down. Or where's 50? At least this right here.
A little bit upside in WTI crude off the back of that headline.
And I'll be honest with you. If it's me, I would want you to trade all this. I'd want you to hit this one, this weekly target. Where's Thursday and Friday? I would want you to hit this one right here. And I would really like for the close of the week to be the little extra juice. We'll see it later. There's another one down here. I would like to see it like smash into this right here, smashing up here, stop that, hit this down here, and then bam, bam, and then before you know it, you're underneath. And this would be the end of the bull thesis of an escape or even a high grab. And the reason for that is if you can get it down deep enough, right? Let's say you get down like this. If you're able to like break through this prior low right here, just by a C here, you're able to rein this in right here, hit this weekly target on, let's call it Friday, but forget the times down here. Stop looking at that shit. But you're basically just like break this one right here, and then a little bit of like just grind down in here, get that low going. And if you can do that as a seller, when you come into the contract roll up here, you're limiting upside. You're like limiting into the 1st, 31st. You get that down move on the rolling of the contracts, and then when you come into like the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or whatever, when you're down here, if you can smash it down enough, and you're like floundering down here in this first week of April, the consensus should be there's the hedging, and I'm starting to sell, and we want to start making these, these new lows down here. And that's probably the big thesis here for the bears. So if you wanted the option to escape between now and the weekend and whatever, the option for the market to escape in April or go to the depths of hell, you kind of need that like squeezing action up here, and when you get into like 31st, when you get into the 31st up here, you're like rounding, and you kind of have like the ability to potentially escape. If this door gets shut sooner, it kind of caps the top for you up here. You ain't going any higher than that, buddy. Sorry. You get sucked into this down here, and before you know it, we're down. Now, so these are pretty crucial moments right here in direction and where we're headed next. I can't call this. You can't call this. It's more inflection point based. Let's look at something else here. This is the daily, right? And they're trying to close. See how they're trying to close below the 4-hour right now? This is a concerted effort into the end of the day to close underneath. Right here. I've been trying this all week. This has been the plan all week long by sellers. And I don't even think this 4-hour matters up here. The only one that matters for today into this close for sellers is being underneath this 4-hour. And then this 1-hour right here. Let's look at this. I don't think any of these hours matter. None of this matters here, in my view. Some of you are going to say, oh, it's fine, Cap. We can go down here, bro. No problemo. We can go down there. We can come down here and then start getting back up again. I'm not in that camp. I think you start breaking down over here, I'd be trying to sell into you all, at least down here. It'd be pretty fucking bared up.
2027 inflation.
And you should be able to turn at a dime on this too. You can change your I'm bullish and bearish and all that.
0.9% versus 1%.
Turn that shit off because it doesn't matter. I will snap these in for you right now, but I wouldn't be concerned about these hours at all. The 4 in the day is what really matters. If there's anything here that matters, I'm just going to draw it in. This doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that red line right there. This D right here, this big D matters. And I would even say this doesn't matter. I won't even make that. I don't think that matters. Just a speed bump. This is a 1. This is a 1. None of these matter. This doesn't matter here. I don't think you're going to hold that at all. You might hold this for a minute. So I'll make that green. And here's the hour that I'm talking about down here. If you can't see it, this is the gap that I'm talking about. So this gap right here, this would be where I'd really find my interest to be down here. And I want you to know something. The outlook from here is down. It is down here. It actually starts over here, but it's still down. So this is the outlook right here. Okay. Now we got some other things to look at. We of course have everything I discussed with you fucking ad nauseum at this point. We got to look at. Turn that off. I'm not going to repeat them because I've said it so many fucking times. You guys should definitely know what this stuff is at this point. We're going to look at velocity here. We're going to check velocity on SPY, Qs, and ES real quick together. And let's just take a peek at this. The important one here, well, we're in the wrong one. That one doesn't matter. Let's look at velocity really quick. Some good news for the bulls and 30-minute daily velocities. It's pretty supportive here. Starting to put in higher highs on velo, on daily. That's positive. For intraday stuff, though, look at this one right here. You know, like intraday, we're getting pretty big moves, right? And if you're looking at just this price action right here, you would expect a big move down, right? And then a quick move up, and then a bigger move down, as it's been. You can see it right there. So that's not helping bulls at this point. Let's turn this down. Oh, let's look at one other thing here. Let's look at SPX, or I'll look at it in the background here. SPX velo on a 30-minute is kind of sketchy. We'll look at it together. This is SPX. Improving daily was good. This is suspect. See that right there? It's slightly negative. And then we have ES that takes over. This is ES. And let's look at ES velocity really quick on a 30-minute because they're coming into a close. A little bit more productive in the overnight. See how productive that is? That hourly is pretty productive right now. The daily is productive in ES. The half an hour is weak as fuck, and the 15-minute is weak as fuck. Let's go to the bottom screen here. If you're not following along, you can always join us as a pro trader, watch the videos, and you'll understand what I'm saying. Let's go look at this. Now, this is the outcome, right? This is Friday. We'll give them all the way till, you always remember, it's time or price. So we can wrap this up by Thursday close or something, but we'll give them all the way over here. And also remember that the real target is 50, which is right here. But I like the idea of, it's right here, 51.40, somewhere in here. But I like the idea of if we lose this, like Gamma says we can go all the way down here, or Gamma is saying we can lose all this into Thursday, Friday, and still be viable. I disagree with that statement. I think you're going to get locked in, and then we're going to go down. I would not be as bullish down here. I might trade like the bounce or something, but nothing committed for upside at that point. Like an upside breakout, I wouldn't be even thinking about that anymore. So keep that in mind. I would really like to see I'd really like to see the fucking blood down here. Like just like kill all the bull thesis being run and the breakout chances and all that kind of stuff. This would to me definitively tell you that no matter what we squeeze up here, that you're see that cross right there. No matter what we do, it's just a matter of rolling. The door is now shut, and it's only a matter of touching maybe this daily trigger right in here. Show it to you right here. Make it big and forward. And at that point, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if we fucking squeezed up here. I wouldn't care if we squeezed over here. I wouldn't care if we squeezed over here. I wouldn't give a fuck if we just traded sideways into the 6th of April. Would not care. We've crossed. I would expect wherever that goes, that the rejection is down. That we're going to start taking out all that stuff down there. You know, 610, 615, and all that kind of stuff before a whipsaw higher. But we're not there just yet, so don't get all too buried up or whatever. Don't get too freaked out. So this is your expectation into Friday. Now, saying that, it's the same expectation as yesterday, and yesterday closed and all that. Now let's take a peek at a few other things. We want to look at the close here for today. So let's go to a 1 minute. I'm back over here. And the sneaky Pete thing that's going on here is this. The sneaky Pete thing that's going on over here is, where's 1600? There's 1600 right there. I want to show you what happened yesterday in here. Where's 1600 here? It's Wednesday. I want to show you what happened over here. And this is 1600 right here. And they swept us a third time today on yesterday. And we're in this move right now. Do you see it? We're in this same move into this close. Right? And then what did they do? They took all your stops and burned you, right? This probably took a bunch of you to the woodshed, didn't it? If you were bearish into the close yesterday. Now, this prior high told us that this was going to happen into yesterday. And you got to remember, it's like there's a couple things here. Like you get this stuff resets. So you have the low here, but then it got reset with this new high. So this is not the second low. So the trap here that was laid yesterday was you have the low here and you have the new low and you're thinking it's going to crash in the overnight, but it resets every time we go up there and hit those highs. You can see it right here. See that prior high? We hit that high yesterday and that changed everything. So this was a fake out. This was a new low. And they ramped your ass up here. So there's a lot of like algorithm fuckery, for lack of a better word. And the same thing's happening here today. Now, there is a slight difference here. Do you see this one right here? This was your high. Watch this closely with me. This is your high right here. All right, I should say this is your high right here. You've got the new low right here, and then we beat this prior high right here. Do you see that? So we got to watch that one, right? So you've got your new low down here, but then this right here got rid of this one. Does it make any sense? But it has not gotten rid of this one right here. Now I was looking for this squeeze in here to take that last one out right here. And then we started losing time, and I'm like, hey, they're gonna come in and they're gonna try to dump this thing even lower. Okay. So what does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? Look at this closely again. So this is now your low, right? And what does a bear want to do? Well, they want to dump underneath this right here, right? Into this close, however they do this. And then we start blasting down into tomorrow. They've got their low, their new low. Your high took out this one, but not this one up here, right? And definitely not this one right here. If you can't get the new low, though, the bulls stay alive to take out this prior low right here, or this prior high, and potentially this one up here, up there, right? So what you're looking for here is this. Watch this closely. If you're a bear, right, you are looking for, into this bell, you're looking for this new low down here, and then that continuation over here, right? See what I'm saying? Or whatever, like over here. Whatever that is to get this thing partying down there. You don't need to hit this low, just this one right here. Just underneath this one. Make sense? I hope that does. But if it doesn't, don't worry about it. I'll keep you abreast of this stuff as we go. It's hard to track this stuff back and forth all day long. It's not easy. But what you need to remember here is this. This one right here. We took this one out with that one. And we need this new low down below. That has not happened. So I'm going to draw it just like this for you. I'll draw it so you can track it. So what you'd want is some kind of rejection and a new low right here. It's not easy to track this shit. It's fucking crazy. Make this one right here. And then you would have continuation after the bell. You can start making these lows or whatever and start heading to the downtown. Now, we have not made that low. So as far as we can see right now, we've broken this one right here, which is good to see. We did break this low right here. That's good for bears. But into this bell right here, if they swing this up into this prior high right here, all bets are off again. So if you come into like 330, 350, tight airs, where are we at right now? Where's 330? It's kind of wonky, I know, but they're trying to shake you out right now. And there's 350 right here. And remember, these are the three, this yellow, the two yellows and the red. This is the basis here for the bulls. And there's no new low. That's 1 point, right? Yeah, that's 1 point. This is, we'll make this yellow. And it's like, oh, pain. We're going to go down, but we're not down there. There's no new low. So without the new low, I'm going to draw it in just like this. Okay. Remember that this is the daily up here. I'll show you something else. That's the 4. Remember I said we want to be above that, right? For the bulls to stay alive into this close here, they need to be above these 3 yellows right here. And if anything, I would like to see a move here. Like yesterday, big giant move up there. I know that sounds crazy, but and it sounded crazy yesterday too. No one believed me that yesterday too. So this is what they have to do. Now if they do this, they'll stay alive, and this whole like hourly thing that you're looking at, this whole outlook gets garbage. It goes up here, and then we're still fighting for these new highs and whatever tomorrow. So you want to watch this closely into the close today. Don't get too shaken by this right here. Like, this is what matters. This whole zone right here is what matters. And it continues to reset itself. It's been resetting for like 2 days. Like, you get a whipsaw up, and then it's all the way down, and then a whipsaw up, and then it's all the way down. And each one of these lows is like, nope, that's no good. Now we're looking for that new low down there to start that trade down. Now remember, this trade down too is this. If you're like myopic, people get very myopic. Up or down, they get very myopic, and like, you got the low right here. If you catch the other low down here into the bell, you still have a chance to like sell all this. There's like a lot of money in here, is my point. So just be patient. Don't get too crazy. Don't get too wild and like, oh my God, the world's going to end. Oh, sorry about that. We're still locked into this band right here. These are the 3 greens that I was showing you earlier. I'm just turn green right now. I turn them yellow and red because we were in price, but I'll turn green so you don't freak out. This is the basis right here. Same shit. Nothing's changed. Switch back right here. Remember, bulls have to do this. They don't have a choice. In my view, at least, they don't have a choice. There's your 3 p.m. There's the doom. There's the sweep. Some of you call it sweeps, right? Sweep that 3:30 move. And remember, the bulls to stay alive need monster squeezing. Now, there's something else here, too. If you see price into the close, like stall in here into the bell, underneath, I'm pretty bearish on that. For where we are versus yesterday, if I see this underneath close, we could buy some puts to try to sell this thing down into Friday, but we're not there just yet. So just hang out. Not much to do here. Watch the Ramporama. Go like this. See it right there. Should get big moves on. Today is Wednesday. I'm impressed with how much the market's held up into Wednesday. It's unusual. Usually on Wednesdays we're fucking selling hard and heavy. Thursday is a fucking bloodbath, and then Friday is like more bloodbath. Price holding up quite well for a Wednesday. 2 straight months of doom for bulls. I've got a midday note here for you inside of I'll post this for you here. Is that it right there? No, what they're doing is they're canceling each other out. Every time we spike up, like, how do I explain this better? I don't know how to explain this. Berlin's asking a question. So, what's happening is we're resetting. Like, you have inflection point. Here, let me explain it for you. So, let me simplify it. I'll put it in crayon for you. This would help right here. So you have inflection points, right? You got one oh shit. It looks like dog shit. An inflection point here, right? You have an inflection point here, right? You have an inflection point, let's say, I think I can draw, bear with me because I'm doing this on the fly. Inflection point there, let's say, okay? And let's say you go down like this. You hit this inflection point, right? And you're just waiting for an exhaustion candle to give you a new low. Does that make sense? Hope this does make sense. If it doesn't, it's fine. But hopefully this makes sense. So you have your first low. on your inflection point. You're looking for an exhaustion candle to make a second point. And what's going on is we're squeezing, wham. Does that make sense? And like the moment you do that, this is gone. So then, of course, they're selling it back down over here, and they're like, oh, God, we got to get down there, right? So like, okay, there's number one. So we're now back to number one. And so then you're like, okay, what are they going to do? And you're waiting for the exhaustion candle to give you the new low. And what's happening right now? What's happening right now? Are you getting the exhaustion candle? I'm going to gander you're not. So what happens is you don't get the exhaustion candle again. I'm serious. So what they're doing is there's number one, right? And you're seeing, oh my God, what the fuck are they doing over there? And they hit it again. And so you got to start the process all over again. I kid you not. It's like that. And I could draw these in like, so you hit that one again, or you even go higher. So you're like, oh, I got my first one right here. So you're like, oh, I'm just waiting for the bear exhaustion candle, hit this one. And then we're off and out of here. So I don't know if I'm explaining that right fully, but so tracking it throughout the course of a day is not easy. And look at it's making its way back again. It's like it's not an easy thing to track. I'll give you that. It would seem like there's a new low, but it's not. It's like resetting itself. There's your first low. We'll look for the second one. Nope, no exhaustion. Okay, we'll hit the upside target. Okay, let's go back down. Let's go back up for a second new high. Nope, we didn't get that one. Oh God, we're going back down and making a new low again. Okay, can we get the second low to sell? No? All right. This is how people got fucked in the close yesterday. When I came on excited yesterday, I came on excited because we should have rolled and went down yesterday. But the moment we squoze up yesterday, I was like, they're fucked. We're going up into the close now. So there's nothing you can do about this. No, the way is lower. It's been lower all week. The way is lower to much lower all week long, but the Bears can't get it done, man. They're on the 2-yard line. So the Bears can't get it done and the week passes and you're too high. They're going to take all your stops. They're going to squeeze the fuck out of you up to the upside. And there's like two things working here. There's like time for the Bulls and time for the Bears. Time and price. Where is price and how much time do you have left? So I know it's not easy. It ain't easy. And you can't commit to that trade. Like you can't commit to that downside trade. Like we're going down because we're not getting the signal yet that we're going down. So like I have this all week long, I've got this outlook to go lower. And since the Monday high, I'm like, we're going to go to the fucking depths of hell on Friday. But we continually not fucking trigger that fucking sell. So, if you're a bear, it's way harder for you as a bear right now to find out or to track if we're going to blood the bath down to that low. So, this is probably way I look at it like mechanical. I look at it like fucking quarter end, man. Like this is what Rubner's talking about. You have the mechanical things for April that have to happen and not have to happen, but that are going to happen whether you like it or not. It's very much like any kind of OpEx. Like whenever I come in like a Friday OpEx, I don't like doing anything. I want nothing to do with it because I'm like, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And then the same thing happens. You're like, we're at the end of a quarter. Like we're in the end of a quarter of mechanical actions that go against or algorithms fuck you along the way. So there's nothing you can do. There's way better times to be like you come out of like the first week of OpEx and you're like, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and you're fairly right 70% of the time, 90% of the time. When you're doing this like QuapEx end of quarter stuff, you have to be really good at like counting inflection points and counting new lows or new highs and all that kind of shit. Really fucking good. Most don't play it, so We're still here, aren't we? Look at it. It's the same fucking 3 green lines right here. This is the basis. Right into the close. I think I gave 3 key levels this morning before market open. It's these same 3 levels right here. Key levels right here. Key levels for a reason. They're trying to get in here. And my bias is still up if you want to know. My bias is still up. I think we're gonna be in a tractor beam up there. My bias though, once we're up there, is not up. It's rejection. I think it's rejection even if we're just gonna sweep the lows on 50. I think even if we go to 70 or 80, it's gonna go straight to the depths of hell. I just think the high isn't in for the sellers yet. I'll reevaluate if they hold, if the buyers can hold whatever that rejection is. I think the fucking price is gonna get slapped the fuck out of the sky when we go up there. I'm with Pravorsky on that part of it, at least. Will they try to send it to the depths of hell? Fucking right they will. They're gonna throw the kitchen sink at it up there. And you can see it happening already. The good news is we haven't gone to the depths of hell. If there's like a positive here, it's like they've tried to swat this fucking thing down all week long. They tried it on Monday, they tried it on Tuesday, and now today and Wednesday, a bunch of times. If we abjectly failed that high, I'd be like, yeah, we're fucked, but we haven't. They're just like grinding away on these sellers up there. You hit those fucking sellers enough like this, you're gonna break through and start running. Like, let me show you a couple things here. Like, you can top line this too with crayons. So like, come into a like this is you shall not pass, right? This is you can't go above it. Let's make it red. And there's a when you these are the Marines, right? If you're coming up, let's say, I don't care if you're coming down with the Marines or up with the Marines, doesn't fucking matter. But let's say you're coming up, right? You're stepping off before you get there, right? This is where I'll repeat this. I've repeated this before, but okay. So you're coming up, and we're like going up, and normally you leave this to the Marines, right? You don't really give a fuck if you reject or not. But there are some outcomes here, like, excuse me, you have an outcome where you just auto fail, right? That's bad, man. Before you even get there. Tesla bulls know what this is, right? Targets 700, they get you at 698.5, and that you're just gone, downside. You will never pass, sorry. Then you have the other one where you come up here and you like ram into it. You fuck around a little bit. You start making some new lows. And then you're, down, right? That's kind of where we are right now, isn't it? And then you have this one right here. You come up and you like break above it, which we did. We actually broke above 6,600. And you could do something here where it's like fuck around over here and just holding this. And if you can make that second high up here, we can start to talk about going up. I want you to see just the difference. Like gone, downside, fucked, can't break above whatever that number is. And this happens in this case to be 6,600. And we're holding this at the moment. We're holding this. Don't be like, hey, Cap, we're already losing it or whatever. But when you make that new low over here is where you, like this one right here, you already risk off, so you don't care if it rolls. And a matter of fact, if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the moment you break this, you can jump on that trade. You fail to get above 6,600. You start doing this, and the moment that you break down below, you chase that thing down. And then in our case, what we're doing is we broke above 6,600. We go under it, above it, under it, above it, under it, above it. And we keep canceling out these new lows to sell. So we're just waiting for like that new low that we can count. Like that's the first low. And then we make the second one and then we can start selling it. The danger here is that if you don't, every time you're trying to count a low and it gets reset by smashing above to a new high or a new high, you can't count these fucking lows. You got to count the newest one. So the moment you break through this, you go, okay, there's the low. We finally got it. And then you can go bam, downside. If you don't follow that rule I'm explaining to you right now, what happens is you get fucked. So you count this as the first low, and then all of a sudden you're back up here again, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I thought we were going down, bro. And they take you to the next level up here. 6670, 67, or 6700, 6720, depending upon how high you go or how low you reject. If that makes any fucking sense, I don't know. And it's very complicated right now, so you can't just say, yeah, we're going to reject that, bro, and we're going down. It's not how it happens. I would say at other times it could happen like that, but around this time and what we're doing, where are we at? Sorry, I'm missing everything here. Around this time, what we're doing with this quarterly OPEX, quarter end, stuff like that, there's a lot of fuckery going on. So, and there's a lot of algorithms at work and computers at work. And if we go here, you buy this, go there, you sell that. And just look at this right here. It's like, I would love to see like the new low into the close. This is your first low right here. This is it. There's low number one. And so now you're just waiting for low number two. And what you do is you're looking for the first low. Now you're looking for the second low. And you're going to start fucking selling hard and heavy to the downside. We're not there yet, so you can get really fucked up in here. Like super fucked up in here. I think yesterday was enough of a lesson to anyone that was short into the close. Why I was so excited yesterday into the bell. And you know what else too that's bad is this right here. You see this? Not bad for bulls, bad for bears. See this one right here? We beat that high right there. See it? There's still fuckery going on in here. Still fuckery. And that's why this line is here. It's giving the bulls another chance to go up here and make this new second high right here. If you ever watch the show and you see these gray things pop up and down, it's the same conversation I'm having with you. It's like, watch this line right here, this gray line. So the bulls are still alive right now. They fuckers are still alive right now. This isn't like a sell line. This is a buy line right here. This is green, not red or yellow. This is green. The bulls have stayed alive at this point because of that fucking high right there. Now, if we tick below this, let's say we fail this right here and make that low, this would turn yellow and this would turn red. We'd blast down here, make the low, come up here and start making our way lower. We're not there though. Just let it be for a minute. There's a lot of fuckery in here going on. Whole fuck ton. Up and down. It's just like fuckery. And you got to watch each one or you pay for it. I mean, I can't even imagine being short into the bell yesterday and that squeeze. But that'll end your whole year right there. That's good right there. That's good for the Bears. See how it's gone now? So now it's only a matter of closing the door. This is good. This is good progress for Bears to the downside. Seller is aggressive into wanting a payout on Thursday. Watch this right here. Watch this first low right here. You see it? It's right here. It's actually right here. Just want to break this one. Want to see that break right here? Catch that new low. Watch that. See that 1 minute coming up right here? And then you want to bury this right into the bell. Only to right here. Doesn't need to go any deeper. It just needs to go right here. Let's watch this closely now. And what this will happen here is no matter what happens between now and tomorrow, this will be sold into tomorrow. Watch this closely. This is the prior low right here. I hate drawing all this shit in a chart. I shouldn't have to draw it. It's right here. That's just underneath. I hate drawing all this shit in a chart because it looks like garbage. But this is for like an abject new trader, just to give them a visual. If they're not watching this stuff, this is the new low right here. Watch that. See this white line right here coming over? This is momentum. It's telling you already. See it right there? So what you do is you slam down right here, slam back up right here, and all of a sudden we're partying to the downside. Watch what happens here. And when I draw these things in, it's not because I think it's going there. I'm showing it so you can see what needs to happen to make this happen, to make that happen down there. Let's watch it closely. And you see how fucking close these ticks are too? Like, look at these ticks right here. Like these are fucking pennies right here. Like, let's look at this really quick. Like, all we need is one red candle right here. That's it. Just one red candle right there. And you'll notice, like, when we're in these like algorithmic, like, I need this to happen and that to happen. You've got steering of options into the ends of quarters and the ends of months and the ends of OPEXs. Like, they will take this shit like right here and then not do it. Like, they'll even come to like right here. And then all of a sudden it'll get sucked back up and they'll break through this and away. Like, you need that, like, pound it. And when you pound it, what this action is it's taking their stops. There's someone that's long right here. Long calls, long market, whatever. There's like someone or a bot that bought this, and their stops are literally right here. So see that fucking green candle? It's a buy, right? So this one right here, if you take those stops, right? And the implication is we're going to take those stops, and if we take them and slam it, right? That person or robot or whatever is like, oh, fuck, they took my stops, right? So they got to get out. They get out right here, and then they're sellers at that point. Like sell to the downside. And we still didn't do it just then. It's like, fucking just get the fucking low. You still need that new low. This is low number one right here. This is the low. This is when they slammed it down. This is your first low right here. You need the second low, not the fucking close to second low. You need the goddamn second low. This trade right here is still alive right now. It's literally still alive. And this is what? Pennies. Look at the fuck this is right here. This is 655.75. This is what is that? 20 cents. Can't get it done. Get rid of that for now. This is still alive right now. This up move is still alive right now. God damn. And this is the, we don't need this. Not yet. Hold on. We know about the first low. We haven't had the second low yet. Here is the shut the door in the bulls. Yep, right there. That's a red one. This is the last chance for bears to hammer that low down here. And they couldn't get it done. There's a higher low there now. If you can see that, there's a higher low there now. Don't trust this as rolling yet. I'll get bearish with you. That ain't it. You didn't get it again. Watch this prior high right here. And we see something like higher high right here, and we're going to start squeezing again. I'm telling, oh, that's why I posted that on Twitter this morning. I'm like, here's your 3 fucking levels right here. Like, these 3 levels right here are key to the bulls. Key levels. Are we in 1 minute? Yeah, we're good. We're in 1 minute. I doubt we go to Karg Island. So that's, I'm reading something here that says that Iran is going to Karg Island. Watch this closely. Get that fucking low. It says here Iran is fortifying Karg Island. Fucking low. Has nobody told fucking Iran not to tell people that? Can you imagine if they just like leave Karg Island and there's like 3 other islands around Karg and there's a bunch of other islands? Can you imagine if they just left all the troops there in Karg Island and then we like take Iran and then you like knock on the front door? You're like, oh, the war's over, bros. It's like World War II when they built, or in World War I they built all the Maginot Line, and then like Germany went right around the Maginot Line. Like, oh, they dug out some fortified tank positions. Can we walk down 100 yards and just walk around it? Yes. Okay, let's do that. Let's do some blitzkrieging. Fucking. Did they not learn from World War I that you don't tell everybody where you're going to fortify? Come on, hit the low right there. Just get it. Come on, keep it coming. Keep it coming. There's a good tick right there. Nope, there it is right there. Now just waiting for the new low sweep. God damn, here's another one right here. This should get it raining here. If you wanted 0-day puts, we're not there yet, but almost. This is not a 1 hour, it's just the first low. Where is it over here? I don't want to draw PT1 yet because we still haven't done it, but we're not there yet. Almost. Don't trade this yet. You can set up the trade, just don't trade it yet. Don't pull the fucking trigger. You get sucked into this bullshit and they'll take all your money. You could set up a trade for Friday, 650p, but you can't open it yet.
1 minute now until we get the markets on close imbalance.
Do not fuck with that trade yet.
Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 264 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 939 million. Dow 30 buy side 174 million. Max 7 buy side 569 million.
Bye-bye. God, imagine being in puts right there. That would hurt. Ooh, that would hurt so bad. Oh, man, that would hurt. Ooh, boy, that would be painful right there. Ooh. And we we tagged it. That one's gone too. We hit it. You can see with a penny right there. We hit it right here. Rage. That's a rage red candle. See the stops taken on this asshole right here? This guy's stops are taken right here. This rage is this rage right here. This guy right here is getting fucked. Watch this right here too. Like, so this guy right here is like selling. Stops taking. Selling too early. Gets a chance to get out, so he gets out from being short. And now he has to wait for a new low on this one right here to even consider getting short. That cost some money right there. Don't do anything. Don't do a fucking thing here. We got till 4:15. Do not get short here. There is no door to down here. None. Well, there's like partial door, but no, like we're going down. Do not fuck with this door right here. This door is open, but it's not closed above. Man, I want to get long again. Mm-hmm. 660s are $1.67 again for the tomorrow. Yeah, there's a new high, a new high, a new high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5. 1, 2, 3. So you got 1, 2, and 3. And if that holds, it's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up here. You got like one more chance over here for the Bulls. They got maybe one more up here. That high right there. Oh, they so want that sweep of that gap down there. They want to take out that fucking 6,500 so bad. They're just dripping for that drop. You can see it. They're so fucking mad. Oh, dude, these weekly sellers are so fucking pissed right now. Oh, God. We are under the hourly trigger right now on SPX, or is that ES? No, that's ES. Where's SPX closing right now? They're above the half an hour and the weekly right now. Be careful here, bears. Oh, God. Yes.
4:10 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from Fed tomorrow, who's participating in a conversation on digital assets at the Digital Asset Summit 2026. No text, a Q&A is expected with the moderator.
God. Oh my God. Oh God. Keep going up. I'm long here, by the way. If you're in Pro Channel, I'm long. I posted for you in there. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, do it again. Oh, do it again. Oh God, do it again. Oh boy, it's been a while. It's been a couple months. Been waiting for this shit to end. Oh yeah, there you go. Give it all back, Bears. Give it all back. I've only got my eyes on you. Oh, terrible close for the Bears. Terrible close for the Bears. Give me that fucking squeeze. Squeeze the fuck out of them. Squeeze them all. Yeah, squeeze them all night long. All night. What is it? Squeeze them all night long. Holy fuck. Oh my God. They're so fucked.
We are posted live.
I'm not sticking around. I told the pro channel that I would stick around until 4:15. I ain't sticking around. It's another near perfect fucking dip buy. These fuckers down here fucking around, like dicking around like this. Take all your fucking stops with those fuck these algorithms. I'm gonna leave you with one thing today. Look at me closely. There ain't no fucking algorithm or AI that can beat a fucking human yet. Sorry. Have a great fucking day. I will take your algo's money all day long. Thank you very much. Have a great day.